wah. Okay, we're a bit early today. We really are, but it's okay. I'm just waiting for everything to load on up because yeah, it's well, I feel like it's been a while, but it hasn't actually been that long, has it? We last stream was what day was it? Thursday? It was Thursday, wasn't it? No. Thursday I took the day off because when I was flying out. Today is Tuesday, so I haven't seen you guys since Wednesday. Yeah, that's what it is. A little sleepy still. I'm getting used. Munii, you left us. I did leave you. I left people for almost a week. For a week out there, not quite a week, because I was here Wednesday. So, and then when I came back, I was like, oh, I need a small recovery, because if you didn't know, I was in the land of well, I'm still in Freedom Land. Let me just lower this a little bit because like it's intense. I was in the land of alligators. That's right. I was in Florida for a little bit. So, you know, everyone needs a little bit of a recovery time from Florida. Actually, it was my first time going to Florida ever. So, it was cool. It was cool going there. It was cool and also not so cool. Like there were some things I was like not super fond of. Like how in gift shops now maybe I'm just a dumb Maple Lander. But you could buy like alligator heads at gift shops, and I didn't realize that was an actual thing. I think I vaguely heard about it, but like it didn't process to me that that was an actual thing that people did, you know. So when I saw it at one of the gift stores, I was like, oh my god, why are they selling alligator heads? And are they real? Please let this be fake. And it was real. And I was like, the baby alligators. Hello, Ku. How are you? Anyways, for anyone who doesn't know where we're currently at with, Kuni, we are trying to get the orbies in order to power our magic stick. Because that's what we're gonna call them. I don't think I've really been, I've been really bad about grinding. That's something that I think a lot of people probably figure about me. Like, and then I get horribly too weak to beat the bosses. So we're gonna try our best to actually fight these monsters just a little bit. Also, I found out that this cat is a lot stronger than this imp. So I've been using him a lot more. But it looks like, I'm assuming, because look like they are ice/water based, that they're probably this is what it's probably weak against. So we're gonna switch. Well, this guy's the weakest. So I feel they're both weak to water. Shit. Well, if we're gonna be weak, at least we can hit hard, right? Because Percy hits the hardest. No, not bubble bath. Oh shit. Don't clean the cat. Yeah. Take all the HP orbies. Let's see. They're all water-based. Oh, by the way, do you like the controller that VTube Studio added? I think it looks really nice. Hello, welcome in. I really should probably... I might... I feel like I should change around the monsters I have because, like, I don't think having 2 monsters weak against water is going to really cut it for this. So I think it's better to, like, switch it. But the problem is because I'm so used to using the same monsters over and over again that I'm not sure if I have to train something else up, don't I? Let me see. Let's see if we have something. Who is strong against water? Most of you guys are weak against water. That's not good. Nobody cares about my abysmal jokes. I mean, not sure if I should repeat the joke. That's the problem. Hello. If I could wave my hand, I would. Pink hand. Let me see. What type of monsters can I... Night. They're all night types. I do well with dragon, bug, and night. Duck. No one does good with fairy, surprisingly. Hello. So many ducks. Does it know all of its attacks already? I think so, right? Can I evolve it? This one doesn't know all of its attacks. This one doesn't know all of its attacks. This one does. But it can't evolve. Or it just evolve. No, it can't evolve. This one can evolve. And this one I think it knows all its attacks. This one doesn't. Oh, this one does too. You can't evolve. You need to level up twice. Okay, only appropriate joke. What you call a soldier with no legs? An army. Oh, you chatters and your jokes. Oh, I have it. What can it evolve into? The Puss in Boots or Puss in Boats? Oh! Oh! This one would be much more useful, considering things. I need it to be stronger with water. He's a pirate! This one, not yet. This one can evolve. Now, is it a small sun? I don't think so, right? No, it's a big sun. Okay. So this one... I know people are probably going like, oh, Munii, you want them all to be good against water. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it might be better off if I evolve it to a different one because we're not going to be in this area forever, so having a variety is good, right? We're going to evolve him to this one. Pro Hawk. Munii, oh master, welcome in. Okay, my concern has gone down just a little. Okay. Definitely not. I identify as OT Gens. Ah, I see, I see. You sound sick. Am I sick? I might be a little sick. There was a lot of screaming I had to do. I had to do a lot of screaming, this weekend. Cause, when I was away to, Florida, there was a lot of music, and, a lot of music, very loud. Very loud. When I'm at my grandpa's age, she said 100. I told her to unplug it from the charger. Damn. Actually, that was a pretty good one. Thank you for drawing all that art, by the way. Like, it's been really cool to see your interpretation of the Munii outfit. But yeah, I had to do a lot of screaming this weekend, so my voice might be a little bit more, but I had a fun time, in Florida, despite what a lot of people may feel. Oh shit! Switch to this guy, cause my HP would be low. Or not my HP, my level be low. Yeah. Esther, why? Hey, did you see Florida, man? I heard rumors about it a lot. No, but I saw, I was saying earlier, shit, how I saw a lot of alligator heads, and it made me kind of sad. Oh shit! Oh gosh, well. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Oh, that's not too bad. We're gonna redo that. It's okay, we're all recovered up. That's 1,000 coins. I forgot that, like, when you reset their levels, they get insanely weak. I really need to recruit more monsters, honestly. Yeah. Also should use skills more often. That probably would help too. But yeah, I saw alligator heads. Oh, also, sticker price of everything. Holy shit, guys. Like, I know that a lot of people, like, especially if you're from Freedom Land, probably know this. But the cost of going to Disneyland, Universal, or any theme park, like even, what's the, Marine Land? No. No, it's not SeaWorld, is it? No, I don't know. The one in Florida, right? Like, they're also expensive. Well, actually, aquariums are really expensive just in general because, like, you know, you can argue it's for the maintenance of the animals. So I feel a little bit better about that, at least. But for everything else, holy crap! Like, it's so expensive to, like, apparently there is a price on happiness, and Disneyland made it very clear about how much they want people to spend. You look for more prey? Yeah, I'm looking to, like, I need to grind up these monsters so that my cat can feed and not die as soon as they're on the map. My cat must feed. But yeah, like, the thing is, for Bart and I, we're both, like, wussies. So like, it's not like it was a big idea. Our boats have been eaten along with hers. Yeah. Like, the thing though with Bart and I though, we didn't end up like going to any of the theme parks because it was just so expensive. But we were able to see some friends who happened to live in the area. So it was nice to go to have like a small trip to go to Florida. Because again, I've never been. So it was really interesting to have that experience of going there. But what did I end up doing? We went to, I think, Disney Springs. So if you don't know what Disney Springs is, it's like a free Disney, but without the ride. So if you only like shopping, like this probably would be like the place to go for you, if that makes sense. Like, it has all the merch stuff and other merch stuff. There's like a Lego store. What else is there? There is lots of food places. There is lots of clothing stores, honestly. But what ended up happening was Bart and I just met up with some friends over there, and we also did a little bit of shopping where now, this is not... It's kind of a secret, but not so much of it. But it's not because it's on purpose, but it's more because, like, obviously you guys don't know my fashion sense. I have such a soft spot for baseball jerseys, actually. And whenever I see baseball jerseys... And the funny thing is, I don't play baseball. I just like the aesthetic of baseball jerseys. They happen to have a lot of baseball jersey themed... sports themed gear, honestly. And one of them was baseball jerseys, so I really enjoy like the aesthetic of and there was like some of them were like Disney princesses, and then there was a Minnie and Mickey baseball jersey, actually. So I was like, Bart, can I have one? And Bart's like, okay, Munii, you can have whichever one you want. And I was like, okay. And then I looked at the price. Holy crap, they were $80. Like, do baseball jerseys actually cost that much? That's my, like, they were nice quality, but I'm wondering, because I don't play sports or anything. But if you play any sports, and you know, if you play any sports and you have bought like sports gear before, like whether or not it's like because you're a fan or it's because like you or you play the sport itself, like, is it normal for jerseys to cost that much? Like, I don't typically buy like fan or sports jerseys because I'm not a sports person. So I'm just really curious, like, if that's like an actual, like, it's just a thing like that people are used to, generally speaking. Because I was like, ugh! But then it's also like we were in we were in a resort town, so like, I mean, I guess it makes sense to like increase the price because you're sitting there going like, well, when's the next time we're ever gonna come back here? We gotta spend the money to like look like Mickey Mouse and all that stuff. Also, like the Minnie Mouse ears, holy crap! Like official Minnie Mouse ears that are not like from gift stores or from other places. It's like really expensive. So $13 for a jersey. Damn, yeah. And like, I was just really surprised. I was genuinely really surprised because like I'm thinking they're going like, yeah, probably not that expensive. Yeah, we're gonna go broke. I mean, like, I didn't think I had expensive taste, but apparently I did. But like Bart's like, okay, Munii, like, which one do you want? Because like, you know, like let's go get you at least one. And I was like, okay. So originally I got a Minnie Mouse one because I thought it was really cute, and because I like oversized baseball jerseys, I got like the XXXXX. I got like the triple XL because like my vision for these are like you know, if I'm going to spend this much money, I might as well get the most material for it. But also because I like wearing them like dresses, honestly. Like, they're very, like, they're kind of like a nice, like, pajama shirt, you know what I mean? So, like, I got, like, the biggest size. And if anything, I could sew it down so it better fits me if I wanted to be more, like, fashion. Because I'm the type of person who likes, like, the long shirts and, likes long shirts and like wears them like almost like their dresses. I think 80 is fair enough, to be honest. Oh, is it? Is 80 like a normal price for baseball jerseys? Or like, I guess for Disney ones, right? I'm just not used to paying for clothes anymore. Like, I guess because like I don't normally go clothes shopping that often. So I guess for me, it's kind of like, gosh, the price in my country, huh? No. I'm very used to paying. Okay, look, even though I'm kind of like, you know, I understand that like fast fashion is very much a huge problem in modern for modern clothes, right? Like, typically speaking, when it comes to clothes and fashion, you should actually be investing in a good pair of like whatever items you buy, right? I just know that for me, I'm very clumsy and I don't take the best care of my clothes, even though I used to sew quite a bit and I do like making stuff, right? Like you typically want to buy good quality stuff so that it lasts longer in theory, right? For me personally though, like whenever I spend like a lot of money on something, I don't want to use it. I'm not sure if anybody else is like that. I get really upset when like things that are really expensive get messed up. Like my glasses and how like I walk into like how I walked into the a jet wing and broke my expensive pair of glasses. Ah! We're entering info unheard of from Munii. I don't like spending a lot of money on clothes. I'm the type of person who I think the last time I shouldn't say the last time I bought a pair of shoes, but the last time, like, I don't like spending over $100 on anything. That's just me, right? I'm cheap. I'm very cheap. Anytime things are like over $100, I'm like, that's expensive. My country is like 90 USD to 135. Yeah, like I'm kind of like, if anything's over $100, I'm kind of like already kind of like, maybe I don't need this, or maybe I don't want to eat that. You know what I mean? Because some people are willing to spend the money to like go to eat at like really fancy restaurants. Some people are like willing to like, you know, get like a really nice pair of shoes, for example, right? For me, if it's like even like a what is it, like purses are can get pretty expensive, right? I have to really like that purse, you know, like I have to really like that thing before I spend any money. And I guess that's a healthy way of like, you know, spending your money. You shouldn't be like you shouldn't be spending your money mindlessly. But I'm just like, the cost of things, I'm like, Jesus, like, and there's like, I know there's like fashion, like JoJo's Price is might buy, yeah, like, I know that like there are people who make like fashion content, right? And they spend copious amount of money on things like this because, like, you know, like, and listening to how much they spend on like a single piece of a single piece, I should say, right? And I understand, like, I used to be really into fashion too, right? More lore drop. I used to be into Gato fashion for a while. Like, I would get like maybe like 1 or 2 pieces from like Liz Lisa, for example. And like Liz Lisa is not like this, like, it's pricey, but it's not like the most high-end like clothing, I would say, right? They're pretty up there though, right? In terms of like popularity of in fashion, like that. So like when I spend money, right? It's like I'm very particular when I get certain pieces of clothing. Like I can't, if it's pricey, I don't know. Like so it's one of those things where, like, you know, sometimes when you buy clothes, though, like, it's like people say it's like an investment, though, because, like, you know, that means you shouldn't have to spend too much more money on things if you buy only good quality clothes, you know what I mean? But for me personally, I'm kind of like, but I want the most bang for my buck, so that's why typically not great. I am a person who does contribute to fast fashion in a sense, or to the fast fashion industry, because I do like getting the cheap clothes because of my spending habits. I haven't really shopped anything from Shein, though. I know Shein is one of those fast fashion places that a lot of people don't particularly like as well. Catnap. Hey, hello, Livy. How are you? Excuse me.
大賢者の一人、アリシアか。よく来たな。
I'm too tall.
ほう、私と戦うというのか。賢者とは思えぬ無
Maybe if I
謀な。
back, yeah, I'll do this so you guys can see it.
お前に何ができる。私の前ではどんな魔法も無力なのだ。さあ、包まれるがいい。深い闇にな。
He's capturing my mother's soul! I'm good, thank you. And yourself? I'm pretty good. I'm just watching my mother's soul get taken. Got took. My dream. Crikey! Sounds like a proper stinker of a dream, Molly boy. It was. Sadar was there. And Mom, Sadar, he defeated her. And there was nothing I could do. Calm down, Oliver. It was just a dream. She's right, Holly boy. And anyway, it wasn't your mom, was it? It was Alicia. Alicia. Of course. I guess it was, huh? Sorry, everybody. We will save her. We have to. Of course we flippin' do. It's the whole reason we're on this journey, isn't it? Yes, it is. Great. Glad we cleared that up. Can we go see the village elder now? Yeah, we must get going. Oh, and I asked the nice lady who runs the inn, and she said this house is over by that big frozen pond at the back of the village there. Oh, wait, can we explore the room? Oh, no. Item. How long have you been a content creator? That's a good question. I mean, if you're talking about just streaming, I've been almost streaming for 5 years nowadays. Like, almost 5 years. Almost. We're getting to the 5-year mark, I think. I might be also remembering right. I'm getting really bad with time, because, like, the more that I do this, the longer I forget. Or the more I forget. Because I think we definitely passed 4 years. But, like, you know, it really depends on the definition of content creation. Because, like, I've done stuff like, I've done cosplay for a really long time before streaming. And some people say that's content creation in itself, right? And then, you know, I think, like, I've tried doing, like, I tried doing YouTube videos when I was really little, but that never took off. You know, there was a period of time where Munii tried to be an untaite, and it didn't work out because I'm not a very good singer. I think I've only done, like, I think the Dark Past Munii, I've only done, I've done, like, 3 covers. It's not on this channel though. It's on a very different channel. And then I tried doing vlogging. That also didn't last very long. This is the longest I've stuck to in terms of content creation. I really like streaming. Streaming's really fun because it also gets me to play games. Forces me to play games. Okay, anyways, let's talk to the elder.
I'm thinking that you are travelers, yes? What you wanted to head to the Glittering Grotto. Professor Tabitha told me you would be coming.
That's us, sir. So, would it be alright if we went inside?
It would be alright, but the terrain of the north here is being bitterly cold and very, very snowy.
Don't worry about that, man. Kids like Gully Boy love a bit of snow in it.
It seems you're determined to go no matter what I'm saying. Am I thinking correctly?
I guess you are, sir.
Oh, then I'll be opening the gate for you now. You should be heading out before the temperature is dropping further.
Thank you, Mr. Elder, sir. Oh, my VTube studio turned off. That's awesome. So you say you found your passion? I mean, yeah, like, I think one of the reasons why I stick to streaming is because it's given me a lot of things. Like, it's given me more community. Because I'm a very... God, this is going to sound depressing. I'm a very lonely person. I don't like going outside. So streaming, it actually makes me pretend I actually have a social life. I can pretend a little bit better. No, I've actually made some really close friends here, so that's another reason why I personally stick to streaming. I know not everybody is as lucky as me, but I think I'm very lucky when it comes to streaming. Despite, you know, because a lot of people think like, numbers, like, your numbers aren't the highest. And I'm like, yeah, but, you know, it's more important to have fun with it, right? And build the connections. And it has led me to a lot of different opportunities. Streaming is mini social time enrichment. It really is my social time enrichment. I mean, it's given me a lot of things. Like, you know, I talked to so many people around the world. I met my SO through it. I work for V Fleet, so, like, you know, lots of different opportunities that I probably wouldn't have gone if I wasn't a streamer. And also, like, it kind of got me to think a little bit more about, like, content creation and media in general, because that's always been something I've been interested in. Like, I've always wanted to entertain people, but when you have chronic stage fright, it's kind of hard to practice acting or entertaining people, right? Because you have to be in front of people in order to entertain, theoretically. Oh, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. But, like, when I stream and when I'm behind the mic, it's a whole new world for me where I actually feel like I can talk to people and can pretend I'm not a scaredy cat in front of the camera. I think it helps that because, like, you know, VTubing really is the thing that helped me break out of my shell.
Oh, I was nearly forgetting. Yes, you would surely be dying without them.
Huh?
Please wait a moment. I am bringing them to you right away.
I think... Oh. You attained a set of winter clothes. I've done content creator on YouTube for 8 months and I'm looking for advice. Ah, I see. Well, the first question I would generally ask in terms of content creation is, like, what are you trying to get out of content creation? Right? Because, like, I think it's more important to go into content creation if you want to do it as a hobby. Like, there's a very big difference between, like, I want to do this as a career, or I want to do this forever, or blah, 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 right? I think the fact that you've done it for about 8 months is a pretty good number. So it shows that you're determined to stick with it. which is good. That's always the biggest thing. I think like a lot of people do tend to give up content creation because they're not happy that they're not growing as fast as they want to. But what specific advice are you looking for? Ba, 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 ba. Ah! The Glittering Grotto. The Dungeone. Hall of the Mountain King. Just look at it. It's so incredibly beautiful.
Not to mention incredibly cold. And I thought I was nippy outside.
It's a bit brass, monkeys, eh? Let's get this over as quickly. Get the flipping out of here, shall we? Why do you two have to moan on and on like a pair of old cloggers all the time?
Because we are a pair of cloggers compared to you.
It doesn't matter how cold it is. There's a magic stone here, and we have to find it. We have to go on, no matter what. Watch your step, everyone. It's easy for you to say, kiddo. I'd give my left, right, and all stuff to be a little again. Let's see. I think I can evolve another monster, can't I? This one I can, but it needs to be leveled up one more time. And I don't think I should level up immediately, considering that this one still needs to level up a bit. Yeah. How's this one doing? How's this one doing too? Maybe this one? Hello, Candy! How are you? How was everyone's Monday, by the way? Because I wasn't here for the most for that. I think I can evolve this one. Let's do that one. Australia game discovered. I uploaded one long form that's under 1 hour video and 2 shorts on top of that. And I'm doing Let's Play with my wife on top of doing voice acting on a different game when my wife is not around. But are you streaming? I guess would be a good question, right? or is this all like long format and then you edit it down? Because when it comes to okay, so maybe I always take my advice with a grain of salt, but I'm saying this from someone with the background of someone who has studied media. Granted, when I'm doing streaming is a little bit different. Streaming is always very different. Streaming is very much a is very much a medium where no, I edit my videos. Okay, so that's a good start. If you are doing Let's Plays, I do think editing is incredibly important, because when you do live streams, you can get away with not, because everything is live, right? Like, people have like this understanding that there's not going to be polish. There's going to be a lot of scuff, and like it also depends on it also, like, it's like the pull of live streaming is the interaction portion you get with the streamer, right? So even if not all moments of the stream is necessarily the most entertaining, the fact that you're able to interact directly with the content creator is very appealing for a lot of people, right? You don't really get that kind of level of engagement that you can with long form content. Now, if we're looking at things like, for example, you are doing long form content where you are streaming, where you are making videos long format of Let's Plays, and you're trying to do something similar to, like, let's just say someone like Game Grumps or Jacksepticeye or Markiplier, you know, the big, I wouldn't say the big three necessarily, but I do know that Jacksepticeye and Markiplier are very, very, very big, still Let's Players, but they've also kind of slowed down on some of the Let's Plays because to focus on other things and other forms of content, right? The thing is for them is that they kind of like build up an audience. They're at a time where because they built up their audience, people not only look to their content as sources of entertainment, but also sources of information gathering of whether or not a game is worth playing, right? And it's hard to like kind of get to that point. You always have to find kind of like what is the niche that you're bringing to any content, because anybody and everyone will watch your content, right? And they can watch your content because there are people who will watch content just to like kind of like see, is this person like an up and comer, you know, in a sense. Yeah, yes, you're back, welcome back. So it is finding your niche. And it's not to say that you have to do something that no one else is doing, but it's more like you have to capitalize on specializing on like a particular, oh, there's something back here, isn't there? You have to focus on what you can do, what you do well. So let's say you really love horror games, right? Because that's what Markiplier tends to specialize in, right? So what does he do when he plays horror games? Well, well, it helps that he has a very baritone voice. I think that's the word I'm looking for, baritone. He also does a lot of commentary on what he thinks are good like horror elements nowadays, at least, right? Like he's become like kind of like the de facto person you go to for horror games a little bit, which can be both a good and bad thing. He doesn't always play horror games, but a majority of his content is kind of like, because he was most famous for the FNAF games, right? And then you have Jacksepticeye. So what's Jacksepticeye known for? Well, he's Irish. Well, that's not the only reason, right? You can also look at what else? Like, cause like you can be like, well, what PewDiePie was known for? What he was known for being kind of like really loud when he was gaming, as well. Like everyone is kind of like all like the bigger YouTubers. They're known for something, and that's why like they specialize in it. For example, like Jack, he also had a very well. Now he's toned it down a bit. You find out a lot of people do tone it down a bit as they get older or do this for quite some time. Jack, he was very like explosive and like, you know, like the top of the morning to you, laddie, right? You know, that wasn't a very good impersonation. No, that's not the right word I'm looking for. Gosh, that wasn't a very good copy of what he does. But you know, he was very energetic. He was also like discussing the story and like kind of like sharing his thoughts about it. That's what a lot of Let's Players are typically, is like sharing a lot of how they feel about the game and what like, you know, adding to the content, because that's what you're looking for when you're a content creator, right? You're looking for how to build off of the content that's already there, right? Because like, yes, the game is important and you are sharing with people like, oh, here's why I'm playing this game. And you're adding to it. You're looking for ways to add to the content. As many is for the strange indie games, mainly with friends, but he's good at finding those unique smaller games. Yeah, like there's some people who are also like really cracked at like shooters, right? For example, who Like, you go to them because you want to learn how to be a better FPS player, right? There's also people that you like. You have to find that niche ultimately for anybody that wants to get into content creation, for anybody that believes, and everybody and anybody is possible of making content, right? It's just about finding what you're good at, right? And capitalizing off of it in a sense, right? And do you have to be the most perfect person in that particular field or that niche? No, you honestly don't. Because at the end of the day, I will also say this, you have to at least like what you're doing. Because, like, there's a reason why I've stuck around for this many years. Just streaming to, like, maybe audiences of just, like, one. Despite, like, you know, doing this for 5 years, right? And the fact of the matter is, I do this because I find it really fun, right? I really enjoy making content. And whenever people come into wanting to do streaming and they're like, oh, it's a great way to make money, it's good, like, I'll get famous from it. You can. Not always going to happen, though. That's the thing. And are you going to be okay with that if you don't get what you want? And I do find, unfortunately, that a lot of people do end up leaving streaming, even though they're very talented at it, because they are not growing as fast as they would like, and they're not really giving themselves a chance to grow their audience. Or if they go viral, they're not taking advantage of their virality and kind of just get really upset when no one pays attention to them anymore, right? One of my niche was the misery court misery court grifting or grifting. I mean, it technically anything you put on the internet can be a form of content. It's whether or not people give a damn about it, like, is what I would probably advise, right? Like, you can literally make your whole entire career to, like, fearmonger people on the internet about, like, oh, you shouldn't drink apple juice anymore, and you can make it your whole identity to be why people shouldn't drink apple juice. Because it's so high in sugar, and do they really use real apples? Like, and then you do, like, you know, the whole conspiracy thing, right? Like, people, like, you can make content out of anything, right? And it's just, the thing though is that you need to make it, the thing that pulls people is, like, you have to make it entertaining. How do you make it entertaining, right? You have to think about, a lot of it does, I'm not saying it plays into psychology of things, but it does to a certain extent, right? You need to think a lot about what you're playing into people's emotion, which is, like, kind of sad to think about, but kind of true, right? Like, are you trying what kind of emotion are you trying to hit? Are you trying to hit, like, nostalgia, for example? Like, so that means you're gonna play a lot of niche, not really niche, but, like, a lot of, like, older games, like games that people, like, have very fond memories of. So it could be, like, anything from, like, Mega Man to, like, Pokemon to, and I mean like the older versions of these games. I don't mean, like, the most recent versions of these games, right? Like, if you're playing into people's emotions of people who, like, if you like people who, if you're playing into the fear factor and you're a gamer, right? Then you're playing a lot of horror games. You're showing people, like, oh, is this game scary? Can this, like, we can be scared together when we play this game, right? That's kind of a weird way of phrasing it, but it's kind of true, right? Because people, not all people wanna experience the horror games themselves. Like, this is why I watch horror game streamers, because I don't want to play the horror game, but I want to experience the story. And then you have people who do, like, lore drop videos. Like, their entire content is all about discussing lore and of a game. So then you don't have to go through all that, because not everybody wants to sit through every single cutscene or see every single cutscene. Like, there's content in a lot of different things. You just need to figure out which one you are good at and one that you enjoy the most. Because if you don't enjoy it, then then there's no point to making the content, in a sense, right? Unless it's to pay the bills. But I'm assuming you're not at a point where you're paying the bills with content creation. Oh shit. Come here, scary man. He showed me his butt. Let's see. I just made myself and have fun, like I play horror games, let's plays, but I try not to react at all, but my wife gets scared. No, yeah. I think, like, the thing is that, like, you have to think about what is your selling point. What is your selling point? If your selling point is, like, you play the scariest games, but you don't react, you have to think about, like, what is entertaining about that. Is it, like, is it kind of like a whole, like, what's up, YouTube? Today we're gonna be playing Friday Nights at Freddy's, and like the challenge is I'm not gonna scream, right? Or I'm not gonna react whatsoever. And if I react, then like I gotta do something, right? There has to be like a reason for me to watch. For example, right? Or if you're playing with your wife and it's horror games and you find that she easily gets scared, that's the selling point. Like, the payoff is that she is scared and she is reacting to this. It's kind of like Girlfriend Plays, I believe, right? Or Girlfriend Rates video game. Like, I think like that kind of genre, which can, like, that's the content, right? The content is that you're watching somebody either be afraid of what's going on, or people enjoy watching people go through pain. I'm sorry. Pain in the sense of like emotional pain, which is like fear, like invoking fear, or go through anxiety, like, you know, go through human emotions, because people do have this morbid curiosity of like watching people go through this kind of thing, because it's a form of entertainment. That's why Jackass was a very popular series for a very long time. It's also the morbid curiosity of like, how would people respond to very specific scenarios, right? Again, Jackass being a perfect example of capitalizing on the whole doing stupid acts and getting stupid results equals don't do this at home, kids, but now you know what happens, right? And some people will copy because they think like it's cool, but that's also a side effect of certain things, of even if it's calculated. I would say that Jackass is probably you know, I would say like give them some credit. They probably do a lot of like calculated risks as opposed to just randomly doing things out of spite to just hurt themselves. Like, I do think there's a bit of calculations in that. Sorry, I copied it just because I wanted you to read it all at once, and it was written entirely by I. Once upon a time, there was an old man who sold a wondrous horse with a wondrous power, and the young man came to him and asked, "What makes this horse so special and so strong compared to the other horse?" The old man replied that with serious wisdom, "If you thank God, the horse will walk slowly. If you say, 'I love God,' it will start running. And if you say, 'God is great,' the horse will stop." Man, this is a very long joke. The young man decided that he will purchase the horse. When he mounted the horse, he said thanks to God, and the horse slowly began to walk. Then he said, "I love God," and the horse started to run. As the horse ran, he literally was close to falling off the edge and tiring of the mountain. The man shouted at the top of his lungs, "God is great!" The horse stopped at the last moment, and the young man said, thanks be to God, because I see. I see, says the blind man. Let's see. We'll name this one Squish, maybe. My brain was just like, how do you spell squish? Squish. But yeah. You have to find what makes the content, and that's like my advice for anybody, by the way. Like this is like also like things I've also talked heavily with even people in V Fleet. What makes your content, right? Like what makes it special? And everyone's gonna have a different reason for what makes their content different, right? And it's not to say that, again, everyone makes content differently. Everyone has a different take, because like at the end of the day, everybody has a voice and something to share, right? It's just about capitalizing on what it is and what is most enjoyable for you, right? But if you're not adding anything to the content or to what you're doing, then that's the content isn't that it's not there. It's just that it's unfinished. And I've had like this kind of discussion with people at the end of the day, because like I've watched because even though I went to school for media and stuff like that, right? I have classmates who didn't really understand that concept of what exactly makes content, right? Best viewers. Oh, let's see. Can we bunk that really quick? I don't have Twitch up. Dang it. Let me do that really quick if people are busy. Wonder how that got through. Oh, that was already bonked. Mod view. Yeah, we'll do it here. So I don't have to listen. Like I saw it on my side for some reason. I'll keep that up just in case. But yeah, like, you know, oh shoot, I had to click back onto the game. But yeah, like, you know, I think the most important thing when it comes to content creation, though, like, despite what I'm saying, right, everything and anything I'm saying, it's very important to just be kind to yourself when it comes to making things. All right, it's weird for me to say that after like going on this whole entire discussion on like how like, you know, you need to understand what makes content at the end of the day, because like shoot, I see. Because I also forgot she was dying. Because you need to understand what content is. Well, actually, I remember now what exactly I was saying. So I had classmates studying content, studying media with me, but they didn't really understand what content was. And how do I know this? Because they were doing something that's akin to like a very popular trend, where it's just like, you know, you try to match the bottom cups with the top cups, or like, you know what I mean? Or match the drink. And like, it was just showing how many times they took in order to get to the correct combination, right? But it was missing a very key component, because even though those types of videos are very popular, there was no payoff, right? There needs to be a payoff to some degree. For example, are they trying to compete over something, right? Oh shit. Are they trying to compete over money? Are they trying to compete for a punishment game? You know what I mean? Like if you do this, then like you won't get a pie thrown in your face, right? If you win, right? Like there needs to be a payoff. There needs to be a reason for people to give a damn, is basically the best way I can phrase it for anybody who's trying to make content creation, right? That you're trying to give people a reason to watch, right? Like if there's suspense, there has to be some sort of like suspense, and there has to be some sort of payoff, right? If you don't have any of those qualities, then people are not going to want to stay around, because what's the point? Like I can just watch someone else where it actually I can feel something. Like I can feel like some sort of emotion, and that's what you kind of want to invoke when you are, especially for a curated. And that's what I would kind of like say for people who are doing long form content, and like it's it's all edited and stuff like that. You need to give people a reason to watch. You can't just upload a video and edit it down. You have to think about like what makes it entertaining. It could be like just like, oh hey, like I edited it so now like the edit is really funny, right? Like we highlighted the moments of when we were suffering because like XYZ, right? Like and that's also how you make yourself stand out, right? If you're editing really good, then like then people are going to enjoy your content because they like the polish that you put on it. But like, you know, you have to have something. You can build something out of anything, but you have to have something at the end of the day. That's kind of where I'm trying to get out by having this long tangent about content creation and stuff like that. And I say this again, like I am not the most perfectest content creator in the whole wide world. Obviously, there's so much I could personally learn in terms of how to be a better content creator, how to do all these things, right? But at the same time, it really depends on your goals. If you are more focused on oh shoot, if you're more focused on doing things like what's the word I'm looking for? If you're more focused on just the process of content creation, then yeah, 100%. Like that's why people do it as a hobby, and you eventually will grow because you'll find people who do want to watch someone like grow and get into their own. Like that's why a lot of people also watch me for a long time, right? Because like even though I'm not the best content creator, I am still, you know, here and doing my best. Oh shit. Okay, run away. No. Well, yeah. Like, it's like content creation is way more than what people think it is. You can't just post something online if your goal is to. Well, that's not true. If you post something online, you have congratulations. You made content. Shit. If you post something online, you have made content. Congratulations, right? But whether or not it goes beyond what you initially wanted to do is the bigger question, right? But a lot of it does come down to just being patient with yourself when it comes to content creation. Because if anything, you should try to be kind to yourself in the sense of, you know, if content creation is something that you're really passionate about, you know, it takes time to be good at it. You know, it's like it's like kind of like the whole process of like being kind to yourself and giving yourself a chance to learn. There's never, I kind of feel like this with all content creation and of any kind, whether or entertainment for that matter. There's no age limit to entertainment. You can entertain anybody as long as you give yourself the chance to entertain, whether it's in the form of acting, voice acting, like anything that involves entertainment, really, like jokes and stuff like that, right? There's no age limit. It's just a matter of putting yourself out there and just really practicing. That's what it really is at the end of the day. Anybody can be entertaining and anybody can do even like streaming, right? Anybody can do this. It's just a matter of allowing yourself to do the thing at the end of the day. Because I feel a lot of people, myself included, right? They hold themselves back because of an innate fear of being made fun of, you know, for the thing that they enjoy doing. And that's kind of sad, but it's really true because you want people to enjoy what you're doing, right? And you don't want people, unless you are a clown right? Like that's your whole like shtick, right? You are a clown and you want people to laugh at you doing silly things. It doesn't always feel good to be laughed at. So there is like, you know, there is the struggle of where what are you trying to do or build in terms of content creation, right? And figuring out that goal. But like, you know, when it comes to doing the stuff that is the content creation, right? A lot of it is being just enjoying the process, because once the process stops being fun, you're not going to want to continue doing it anyways, like, so it doesn't really matter. But I enjoy doing content creation. There are days where I don't enjoy it as much as other days, but you know, like a lot of the times, it was kind of the same for cosplay, right? Like I really enjoyed cosplay, even though like it could be really frustrating at times, and a lot of peer pressure. But I enjoyed it because I enjoyed making things back then. I enjoyed learning how to sew and problem solve the costumes and being relatively fast at making costumes, actually. There was like a lot of things that slice and dice. We'll do sandblast. There was like a lot of things I now that that's gone, I can do this because other people are strong enough now. Who? I think this one. I just need to have him different. I can't have them both water types. I'm focused on doing Let's Play and editing my videos and reacting to the game I'm playing and just having fun with it. I don't like the idea of being obnoxious like most streamers. And that can definitely be like your drive, right? Like, I'm not saying, hey, you need to be obnoxious, and I'll never tell people, hey, you need to be more obnoxious. There is a thing, though, of you do need to play up the character a little bit, like, because having no reaction is kind of like how do I phrase it? I'm very different when I play games offline. I'll just say that. I'm not so like, for example, like when I play certain games, I don't swear nearly as much. I'm just like, you know, the silent kind of like Mulder, if that makes sense. Stretch and hydrate, thank you for the reminder. Yeah. I'm actually a lot more quieter when I play games. I silently mouth and I get really angry, and then like if I don't like something, then I quit, right? Because it's like I'm not going to spend my time doing something that infuriates me, right? That's how normal people play. But then you have to also think about it like this. Why do you watch a Let's Play, or why do you like a streamer? I'm not saying that you copy exactly what they do, but there's a reason why you watch, or you're looking for is the why. Why do you watch why do you watch Jacksepticeye? Why do you watch why do you not that guy. Why do you watch what are other popular streamers? At one point, why do you watch Dream? Right? It's because he was the SMP guy. Why do you watch Mr. Beast? Well, he does a lot of like, he has a lot of challenges that he puts people through, and who doesn't want to see people do all that money, right? You're trying to give your audience the why. Why do people watch me, right? Well, that's a good question. Why do you guys watch me? Right? If your focus is like voice acting and doing all that stuff, what they're watching for is your voice acting, how you interpretate the character, and that is a valid thing, right? Because like you're showing what this character is and does, and that's good, right? You know, like you're just trying to find what makes your content, why you watch. You're trying to find a reason to watch your content, right? And unfortunately, charming smiles don't always last very long. I mean, there's other reasons why people watch people play games. Like, for example, some people may watch some streamers because they're incredibly attractive. It's a very valid reason to watch some people, right? Some people only watch people because their voices are really silly, and or really cute. So like they're like, oh, I really like listening to this person because like, man, their voice is just funny. And I do find though that like a lot of people do tend to watch for people's reactions. People have this inherent need to watch for people's how do people feel about certain things. That's the reason why the clip of Markiplier just talking about how much he did not enjoy Poppy's playtime, the latest chapter, went viral. There's a reason, and if it was now it's for two things, right? Because like, you know, Markiplier is like kind of like, well, like he says, he's an award. He was like he had a #1 movie for a while, right? He understands the horror genre at least quite well. He knows it quite well. So he was incredibly disappointed with Poppy's playtime because, well, they dropped the ball on they did things that wasn't. It's kind of like they lost the heart of what made their game so special, right? And you know, it was a lot of like criticism, but it was valid criticism, right? And I'm not saying that he crashed out about it, but I was saying he made some very valid like points, and seeing his reaction to it is like seeing his points and his frustrations with this with the game is what made it viral. You know, if it was just him going, it was a good game, no one would have made that viral, right? But the fact that he was like so upset and stuff like that, that's what made that clip in particular viral. You know, if he didn't emote that much or wasn't that upset about it, people would not care, I guess, about that he played it. The only people who would actually care that he played it would be the people who he's been playing along the games with. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not about being obnoxious. It's so much more about like, you have to give people, like, if you there's a reason why reaction content, people want to know how you're feeling, and if you have, and it's not about being obnoxious, it's more about being more about like sharing what you're feeling, and just letting it out. Be more vulnerable, I guess, is what I'm saying. More like Poppy's milking time, of course, yes. You can argue that they're definitely milking the IP a lot. Anyways, Mom! Could this be the place?
It could. The Maw of the Mountain King seems an inept hiding place for visionary magic of the ancients.
The power to save souls. Could it really be here? If we could only find it, we might stand a chance of defeating the Dark Djinn.
That's my I mean, the old emperor.
Oh, that's not his voice. Oops. It is, huh? Why would he and my mom be here? Yeah, that ain't your mom. That's the great sage Alicia. Crikey, it's been a while. Alicia? Of course. She was in my dream. She looks so much like her.
So, the old emperor spent his time hanging around with some young mages, pretty young mages, did he? It's all right for some.
Sweet, is this really the time for your lewd comments? That is true. Does that mean his mom's really old? No, she disappeared!
What the hell was that? Am I seeing things?
Ah, no, I remember. Nah, man, we ain't seen nothings. We're not? Oh, it's a tiny while back. Searching all over, she was. Alicia, I mean, or some ancient spell or other. It must have been a conversation they had back then. Can't have been anything else. Certain of it I am. I don't quite understand.
That's what's not to understand. We just saw a flashback of the past. The only question is, why?
So that's the great sage Alicia, Mom's soulmate. It won't be much longer now. We will save you. I promise. Oliver. Sorry, everybody. Come on. Let's go get the stone.
Jump down.
Look up there, man. There's an icicle and a half, that is. I bet the little nudge will send a tumbling down straight down. They're scary.
For familiar magic lamp, puppet string, bridge? Nope. Levitate. Oh, levitate. All various friends lift ever so slightly off the ground, allowing him. Oh. It's not levitate. Okay. Not travel, vacate. Gateway, take heart, draw poison, seek fortune. Brain lock, nature's tongue, levitate. It's not levitate? Then that bridge. Maybe. So you say there's more discovery and streaming doing Let's Plays? I mean, it's complicated. It's very complicated. I would say if you want to do better discovery, I would say shorts. Shorts are is the way to get people to see your content. Is what I would probably say. Because you have to you kind of have to battle with the fact that people have short attention spans. So you have to like give them it's kind of like you're baiting people with like a little bit of like a fishing line, right? What you got to do nowadays is that you have to make shorts, and this is even true for live streamers, right? You have to give people a reason to come look at your content, especially because when someone sees a 1 hour video or stream, they're not always going to want to watch, right? So what you do is you give them a little taste, and by giving them a little taste, essentially what you're doing is that you're bringing interest. So it's like shorts are your best marketing tool in that sense. I would say that you should do more shorts. And it could be clips of moments, and then if people think it's funny and they really enjoy this, they're gonna watch for that particular scene. And it could be at the very end. It's like having like little trailers, right? There's a reason why trailers are a thing in the movie industry, right? It helps you determine whether or not you want to go watch that movie. So I would say invest in shorts. If you don't want to stick to live streaming can be good in the sense of, again, you're getting a very different audience though, right? Because now you're looking at oh shit, you're looking at shit. With live streaming, you're looking at people, crap. You're looking at, people coming to your content for the interaction, right? People come to me because, hey, Munii's streaming, therefore I get to talk to this purple anime woman, right? If you are more in it for, hey, this person's really good at voice acting, make sure to clip like moments where like you're doing very dramatic scenes so people can see that, wow, this guy is like so amazing at like playing this particular role. We should watch more of his content, right? Like you're trying to get people interested, and the best way to do that is by capitalizing on what's the strengths of that video. So if it was your wife getting scared, then you're gonna have to clip her getting scared for the shorts, right? And you can do, and it's not, and you have to do it in a careful way, not to inherently like make her the butt of the joke, obviously, but it's just like, it could be, but it's also kind of like you do something like going like, I can't believe she got scared at this point, right? Or like, it is a bit baity. It is what it is. But that's generally what you do with content creation. You have to bait people to watch your content, to have a genuine interest in it, right? You need to give them a little bit of a treat, so to speak, and that's the best way to build that audience. Again, it's not about like tricking people to watch your content. It's about like it's like giving the little movie trailers, right? And and that's what you're doing with your content, with shorts at least. That's how the best way to kind of look at it like that. It's not always easy because sometimes going through your entire catalog of content is not always the most fun part of editing. I say this as someone who I enjoy editing other people's content. I don't enjoy editing my own content. But you want to use shorts because with shorts you can also post it all over TikTok if you use TikTok. It also depends on what kind of audience you're trying to cultivate, right? Like, do you want to cultivate a audience that a younger audience because like do you want to cultivate a younger audience? Do you want to cultivate an older audience? You go to the medium in which, or you go to the medium in which where your audience is in a sense, right? So if you're looking for a younger audience like the Gen Zs, and even millennials, you gotta post on TikTok, gotta post on what other platforms do youngins use? You can use like some people use Instagram actually, now that I think about it. Like you have to put it in places where people can see the content. That's the most important thing. You just want to be able to go to where your audience or your key audience that you're trying to attract is, right? It's not always easy to find it. Where do you find your demographic and post it? Yeah, find what your demographic is, right? And who do you want to appeal to the most? And, you know, again, no judgment on who you want to appeal to the most, but going to where your audience is always the best bet in terms of just kind of establishing yourself as well. I guess we'll give you this for now because there's nothing else can give you. I broke Epstein's. I broke into Epstein's ranch. Almost got caught. Yeah, that would be very clickbaity. Mine says around 25 to 40. It's an honor base, which is the game's age. That's still very large. You have to narrow it down even more. Are you appealing to like? My wife says your character is cute. Thank you. People definitely click on that. People do definitely click on anything that's clickbaity. Another thing you have to think about: are you trying to appeal to a male audience or a female audience, right? Because how females typically watch content is going to be very different from how males want to view content, right? So sometimes you even have to narrow it down from there, and then also like 25 to 40. That's still a 15-year age gap. And also between almost, even though it's like, that's still like 2 generations, nearing on 3 actually. Wait, hold up. So like, because 25, that's Gen Z, then millennials, and maybe, no. It wouldn't be Gen X. You're very close to the Gen X though. So you have people who are kind of in that weird kind of in between, you know? But You just hit the jackpot. What jackpot? Share your winnings. So, it's like stuff like that you have to think about. So for example, my main demographic are people who like JRPGs. So I play only JRPGs nowadays, right? I used to actually be a variety streamer, or more so a variety streamer, where I would at the heart of it, I really am still a variety streamer, where I just play games where I really enjoy, right? That's why I used to play a lot of certain games, right? Like I would play like games like what would I play? I would play oh god, am I dead? Okay. I would play like for a long time I used to play a lot of co-op games, but mostly shooters, right? Because like there was a very brief period of my life where I was playing a lot of Apex Legends, but because like a lot of my friends kept inviting me to play, and I got really into it for a while. And then for a period of time, I was playing a lot of Monster Hunter, right? Like, or a lot of like Marvel Rivals and stuff like that, right? So I tended to do a lot of that kind of content, and then but when I switched my schedule, I had to really think about what kind of content did I want to start focusing on, because I used to play a lot with my partner too, right? Like I played a lot of different games that were very much better as a team as opposed to by myself. But now that I stream by myself again, I kind of had to refine what made my content special, right? Or what kind of content I wanted to do, especially as a solo streamer again. And I kind of went back to my roots where I played a lot of RPGs. Yeah. Munii, what's your OC's main weapon? She would play God Eater. I haven't played God Eater before, actually, to be honest. Like, that might be a surprise for some people to hear, since I've played like things like Monster Hunter, and God Eater kind of feels kind of on the similar lines of it, right? With like their giant ass weapons. But I'm also an Insect Glaive user, so I've done a playthrough of an anime character in anime sorry, let me just rewrite that. I've done a playthrough of anime character in Dark Souls, and I completed the entire game DLC with Richard's rapier and a massive shield. Ah, we missed the partner. You missed the Cappy of the Baras. Bard. I'm not gonna lie. For people who don't know, my partner name is Fiercest Bard, and he's also a streamer. He's also an artist on mostly on Twitch, but he has been doing stuff on YouTube lately. He sends his regards because he keeps forgetting to stream. He got so used to being in Maple Land that he forgets to stream because he's like, oh, it's too late in the evening. It's too I can't stream anymore. And then he realizes, oh shoot, wait, this was actually my regular time. I should be streaming. So I'm gonna try to remind Bard to stream. I can't promise that I will remind him, but you know, Papa Bard has such a bad memory that he forgets about us. I mean, it's not that he forgets about you guys. It's just that he's forgetful. There's Bard. But yeah, like, some people, their entire shtick for like content creation also is like, they do all the DLC and they finish the game 100%, right? That's also a whole genre in itself, right? Achievement hunters, perfect example of that. Munii, will you play Unicorn Overlord? What's that? Is that another RPG? Up and coming? It's the newest Vanillaware original game. Vanillaware? I've never heard of Vanillaware. Mama Squash and Papa Squash, wow. It's a whole family. I guess that's what it evolves into. It's been out for a while? I should check out more games, honestly. I've been like I know that like we're getting closer and closer to the end for Persona. Cause we just saved Nanako. So I will have to be I shouldn't say have to be. I will be looking into the next game soon. Or what we're gonna be playing. Because like that's the whole thing. Vanillaware does all the Fantasy Sprite anime games like Dragon's Crown or Oster. Oh, I didn't know that. I actually haven't played Odin Sphere though. Like I know enough about Odin Sphere, but like I've always like seen it but never played it. Millions are have stunning art. I see. I'm saving Sniper is a weapon of choice for your OC. I mean, my whole catchphrase is like, my name's Munii Shoda, I'm a space bounty hunter from the stars. I may be a terrible shot, but guess what? I'm still gonna aim for your heart. And you'd think I do like snipers. I do like getting those clean shots. I'm not very good at it. Like that's my whole shtick. It's not because I'm doing it on purpose though. It's just because I'm really bad at playing video games. You know, it's more RPG. I see. I just play the story as normal, as I believe if I do more games, the more discoverability I get. I mean, yes and no. There's some people who specialize in just one game. Just one game. And that's usually possible with, like, certain series, like Pokemon, and like Final Fantasy, like one specific series. Or there are people who are like specialists for specific games too, right? Usually, it's more common in gacha games because gacha games have an ever evolving story. Sorry, let's listen to this. Oh gosh. Oh god, did they defend? Oh, they didn't. Give her the healing. Are you drinking coffee? I hear Spoon clicking the mug. Oh no, that's a straw. I'm drinking juice. I'm drinking apple juice. I can't drink coffee because I'm a weak person who will get too many doki dokis. You know the monsters who lives in cold places on the fire, don't Charlie boy? Well, this big pooch is no different. Go on, man, give him a rustin'. Woof woof. Oh, coffee's not here, unfortunately. To be bork bork. Yeah! Everyone's doing pretty good, okay. Oh, that fireball's so weak. keep her healthy. Why? Did I do too early? No! Oliver is such a small boy! Pick up the little orbies! Heal that little penguin. My girl's just scratchy and she thinks she finds off that you've done play through your Kingdom Hearts. Oh, thank you. Also, we can use. We're doing pretty good, actually. Oh gosh. Oh, I don't think that was enough time. Yeah, I've been trying to get through Kingdom Hearts. We typically do some breaks between Kingdom Hearts and Yakuza. Those are the two main series we're trying to get through. Because we wanna have some moments to play other games, which is why we're playing Persona, and that's the current docket. Persona and Ni no Kuni. 9 rope bars like crow through the front back. I have no idea what that means. Oh, purple. Oh gosh. Okay, now I have to also use a provision. Provision to use this on her. Spell. Stay still! Ugh. Yeah! They really did try something with this. Ah, shit! I was supposed to do lots to do live content at the moment. My setup is not very comfortable doing that. She's saying that you're doing very well. She struggled during this fight. Yeah, I think like I did enough farming, so that's the only my saving grace. I think honestly, when it comes to live streaming, you don't need as much as you think, which can be surprising at times. I'm actually playing on a laptop. This is not my main setup. You need a strong enough laptop, definitely. You definitely need that. But all sometimes you really need is like a good internet connection and a can-do attitude. Shit. No, Oliver, don't send Bigs. But yeah, like, try to think of like what what I'm using right now. I don't normally use this setup, but what I'm currently using right now is I have, what kind of laptop do I have? Gosh. We have a gaming laptop with good internet connection and a Yeti mic. Not the best setup, it's a decent enough setup. Like, I definitely would prefer it to... Gosh. No. Provisions. Eat this. Just give them items. Why do I have so many cheeseburgers? Yeah, I'm just gonna eat another cheeseburger. How do you play your games on a laptop and run it through OBS? Yes, so basically what I run right now, my current setup is I have very minimum stuff right now. So I have OBS on, I have VTube Studio on, I have the game all set up. I actually multi-stream. So you need to make sure your computer... So I would not recommend doing multi-streaming. I say just choose one platform and do really well on one platform first. Whether it's YouTube or whether it's Twitch is completely up to you. I will say that discoverability on both is pretty terrible. People find me more through because I do multi-stream on 3 different things. I do multi-stream on Twitch, and on YouTube, on top of doing the horizontal streaming on YouTube. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody's computer can handle that. But what my OBS does is basically, because this is set up by my partner, because he's a lot better at being computer savvy and everything, and I'm really done with these kind of things. Yeah, so I found, yeah, like, so, the horizontal streams, I would say, are kind of worth it, kind of not worth it, I would say. Why are they worth it? Because discoverability is a lot better. Because people will, I'm playing into the fact that people just swipe through content creators on shorts, right? Because, like, you know, it's faster. You're playing on the short attention span, right? And then, so people are more likely to find you because they're just swiping through and they're like, oh, this is actually alive, so I'm just gonna sit around and see if I actually like this person. Whereas for Twitch and YouTube, you actually have to actively click onto them and find them yourself, so to speak, right? So you do a vertical stream on YouTube also, yeah. So I both do horizontal and vertical. So like, the vertical I find gives you better discoverability, but it opens you up to a lot of trolls, right? So it's not always the best, especially if you're not used to people having mean comments or saying very inappropriate things. That's kind of the risk you take when you do vertical streams versus horizontal. Because horizontal streams, you have to purposely click on them, so to speak, right? Which is why it doesn't have the best, you can argue, discoverability, because you have to consciously make the effort to do the thing. So everyone's going to be a bit different about how they consume content, right? Like, they have to have an innate curiosity to it. So in the sense of Twitch, you have to make your stream look interesting and intriguing enough for me to want to click onto it. Whereas for YouTube, sometimes it is the thumbnail, right? And the thumbnail is kind of like your initial like marketing if you're doing just horizontal. But I would always say, if you want to get into live streaming, pick one or the other. I mean, horizontal is the big streams. Yeah, horizontal has the full picture, whereas vertical just shares like a part of it in a sense, right? You're not getting the full experience if you're streaming, if you are watching somebody vertically stream. But that's sometimes the preference for some people, honestly. Attain a page. It's also like we're working with the idea that because horizontal streams are best for people who are sitting down and want to watch content. It's not the best if you are like it's not the best form of watching people's streams because most people are on the go. So that's why having a vertical stream is a little bit more comfortable for people because they can actually watch somebody while they're streaming at a more comfortable angle, so to speak, right? It's not to say that people don't watch streams vertically on Twitch or on YouTube, of course, but there is a but if you are streaming on a horizontal format, people aren't going to randomly find you as much as they're going to find you in the vertical section, because the vertical section of streaming, of live streaming, it's combined with the shorts of YouTube. So when people are flipping through the shorts, sometimes they'll stumble upon your stream because it's just random. Well, it's not random, it's curated to a certain extent, but more people are more likely to just randomly come onto your page, right? And it's kind of like they're just randomly placed there, so to speak, if your tags or your content matches what they generally like watching, right? But again, you get a lot more randos that way. It's better discoverability that way as well. When it comes to horizontal streaming or long form content, again, people have to click on it, so you have to make it somewhat interesting for them or intriguing enough for them to want to have an interest in playing it. So for VTubers, it is definitely having a nice model. Or for like face cam streamers, it's like having like a very intriguing like layout, right? It's like all about marketing at that point, right? And then also the personality is to keep them is part of the reason why you're keeping people there, you know. So it's all in strategy and like, you know, knowing what you yourself are happy and can deal with at the end of the day, right? If you're not comfortable with people just randomly coming to your stream and like saying very random shit that's not exactly appropriate, then I would say stay away from vertical streaming for a while. Like ease into it, don't do anything immediately, right? Like again, I've been streaming for about 5 years, and I only really started YouTube streaming just a little bit last year, right? So, and I'm still not an expert on YouTube, right? I haven't invested that much on YouTube. And I only just recently started doing vertical streaming, and those are my opinions as someone who hasn't really invested too much on YouTube, I would say. I have gained a lot of experience on Twitch and like handling my Twitch community on that. But despite not having the best discoverability, I know for me personally, I like looking for small creators to raid into, mostly because I feel that raiding into a smaller channel, you do actually develop more connections with people sometimes, mostly because these are the people who are also like the same as you. Like you're all like kind of like trying to make content together, or you're trying to all make content and you're kind of like sharing that journey together. You can also raid into larger creators and hope that there will be a little bit of people who decide to check out your channel and you grow that way. There is definitely a strategy to that. It really comes down to preference and how you want to communicate and connect with people. Though I would never really generally bank on trying to raid only the biggest of big streamers, because like, you know, sometimes they don't really care as much, I would say. But you know, it really depends. Everyone's a bit different about how they do things. That's just me personally. I personally just like raiding into smaller streamers or friends of the channel, right? That I built a long standing connection with them. But if I have to raid into anybody like new, then I'm generally going to go to the smaller streamers first. Stay back, everybody. It might still be dangerous. Nah, man. Look at those puppy-head dog eyes. He ain't on the warpath no more.
Forgive me.
Flippin' heck, man. A flippin' talking dog. What the hell are you?
I am Cerberus, faithful servant of the Wizard King and keeper of the stone.
So, Tabitha was right.
Even after his passing, I served my master still, for many ages. Now, I have guarded that stone. But, its power became too much for me. It consumed me. It drove me insane.
You poor thing.
You came here for the stone, did you not?
Yes, we did. We have to gather all of them so we can defeat Sidar.
I had sensed that not all was right with the world beyond these walls. And saving me from my madness, you have proven your strength and purity of heart. You are worthy of the stone.
You could tell all that from just smacking you in the club. You're a perspective pooch, I give you that.
I understand much that is not seen, Neferi. As you will, you are the ones whom my master waited, for whom he waits still.
Your master, the Wizard King, he knows about us?
The Wizard King knows all, and the time when you, too, shall know all approaches. But first, you must prove to him your strength.
We just beat you. Huh? How do we do that?
Do which he asks you. Grant him his final wish. Right the wrong of ages past.
So if we live stream, you might pop into our stream. Yeah, it's kind of like that. By the way, have you heard of Ryan's World on YouTube? I heard that challenge. That challenge. A challenge. That's a very Ryan's World, man, that's a channel I haven't heard in a while, but I have heard that, like, you know, I have heard of the controversy behind all that. It's kind of like proof that, content creation really is like it's kind of like how, I don't know, how do I describe it? Like, you know when like Hollywood with all their child actors, like early in those days before children had rights, that's what it kind of feels like with content creation, especially when kids are involved nowadays. Because a lot of parents do take advantage, unfortunately, of their children, and when they find that it's very profitable to market their children, and like basically throw them into this kind of lifestyle, it just really reminds me of like the stories you hear about old Hollywood and how they horribly abused child actors back then. I'm not saying that all children on the internet are horribly abused by their parents for appearing on content, but it's very sad that a lot of them are, if that makes sense. Because a lot of kids who do YouTube that didn't choose to do it themselves are forced to have their privacy invaded, and it's just sad. It's probably the biggest fan, like, they fell off as Ryan grew up. I mean, yeah, also he didn't want to do it that much anymore. He had to put on a character where he was still acting very much like a kid, and like he was 5 when he was a teenager, right? Before children had rights, it was a wild time. Children were thrown in front of cameras and left unsupervised almost all the time. The videos can't keep unboxing young children's toys after all, and now his younger sister is taking up his old role. I mean, like, he was forced to put on a character, and he was forced to not grow up, right? Like, and that was the really shitty thing for Ryan, because obviously I think to a certain point he didn't want to do it anymore, but he was forced to do it and felt pressure to do it because it's what his family made money off of. it's what was the bread and butter. If you stop doing the thing, then you risk their entire livelihood, because his parents essentially quit their jobs in order to do this, right? My content definitely is not for kids. I have to very much swearing a lot of gore. Yeah, I swear a lot, but like, you're gonna find kids get into shit that you don't really want them to watch. I'm glad the parents can keep it as long as they keep pumping out children. That's such a morbid way of life, Candy. I think a lot of people have been trying to report Ryan's World, I think, after a while, because it was starting... It was very predatory. It's the whole, like, kids react to toys thing. It does feel very predatory after a certain point of time, because, like, you know, kids grow up and they don't always want to do stuff like that. Like, it makes sense. Like, for me as an adult who enjoys collecting toys and kind of like analyzing, looking at them, I think it makes sense for like adults to kind of make those toy reviews nowadays. Like, I know Bard can definitely do that with Transformers, because he genuinely loves Transformers, right, as an adult. But for children, I don't know, it always feels kind of weird, you know? I mean, his sisters look willing. I mean, yeah, because they get new toys. You know what I mean? Like, they aren't, like, kids are innocent in a sense. I know that we're very off topic now, especially with what we're playing right now. But kids are very impressionable, because, like, the thing is, you have to remember is, like, they get new toys, they get new stuff. I wish those were cheaper. Yeah, 100%. The thing is, what appeals to kids is, like, you know, you're also making your parents happy. But you find that there's some kids, especially when the cameras are off, and, you know, you have to remember that if it's edited content and it's not live stream, a lot of it is going to be curated. So if they look they could look willing on the edited footage, but what's happening on behind the scenes, right? Parents do make their kids refilm things for better angles, right? Not everything, like, for example, on reality TV, everything's scripted, or if they're not scripted per se, they're given, they're told to redo a scene so it looks a certain way. You know what I mean? Is this a kids channel? This is not a kids channel. As much if I was even though we're discussing like the moralities of children channels, I don't market myself for kids, if anybody cares. But yeah, anyways, let's try to get through the story. What could make the Wizard King want what could the Wizard King want with us? I'd regard it if I'm still looks like old Muttface. You just liked the dog earlier. Why are you making fun of his face? Didn't mean it's any harm in the end, eh?
Maybe, but all he did was throw another load of riddles at us. When is this all gonna start making sense?
Don't be so negative. We got the stone, and that's what matters. The thing to do now is to keep on going. You're right, Esther. Time to go, everybody. I can either find is up to, wouldn't either. The fine is up to 4K a video. What? There's actually fines? Or are you tricking me? You know what I should do? I should get a snack. Classic anime pro tag group. Honestly, yeah. I was actually talking about this with Bard. How a lot of pro tag groups are, generally speaking, like trios, especially trio. And for trios, it's usually like 2 guys, 1 girl. Any content on YouTube that you don't check stuff for kids and you find it directed towards kids? Yes. Really? Wow, there's so much anger filming to kids or producing content. Are they actually like hammering down on that? Because I find that like that's not always something that they hammer down. Because you see so many those AI generated videos. I'm not sure if anybody else has had that experience, but I have gotten so many of those AI generated videos that come across my timeline, even on like Twitter, and it's like super inappropriate, honestly, in my opinion. What are you eating? My wife is curious. I'm eating a Cliff Bar. It's a chocolate chip one. Lol, knock sounds, yeah. They're not as hard as I've seen, but they're in the terms though. Ah. So they have it in the terms, but whether or not they actually enforce it is kind of a mystery. You have to let me in, mister! Why do you come to the secret? Be gone from here at once. How do I get in here, though? You bastards. Can I turn myself invisible or something? You snake. Do we go in the back way? I guess I gotta, like... Oh. I see how it be, matey. Be on a boat. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying? Maybe I should have gone to a town. I bet you never thought you'd explain so much about content creation today. Getting a little bit and getting a little done. That happens a lot. You'd be surprised. I may not be a really big content creator, but apparently, a lot of people like asking for my opinions about it. I've also have like opinions on like VTuber industry stuff, mostly not because like mostly because I'm very passionate about VTubing. That's mostly where it comes from. I also have opinions. I have opinions on a lot of stuff, and then I find that like I will stop my stream and like just to talk about stuff, and people are just like, Munii, please go back to playing the game, and I'm like, no, I must talk. It's fun for me to talk about it. Like, if it wasn't enjoyable, I wouldn't talk about it that much or invest so much time in like talking about these topics. But like, yeah, I love going on these tangents because genuinely the topic interests me a lot, and it's something that I really like. It's one of those like those things that I have passions about, right? And you go back to yapping. And it's surprising how many of you guys can appreciate my perspective on things. Millie goes off topic upwards for an hour and we stare at a Frozen game because she forgot she was playing it. Yeah. I'm surprised you guys enjoy listening to some of the things I talk about because, like, I don't particularly think I have... Like, I do think that a lot of what I do say is kind of, like, relevant to... some things, right? And especially in content creation. but I'm obviously not like the #1 expert. Therefore, you must all listen to me, and what I say is like the most important thing. Me when I'm talking about psychology, right? And I try my best to not like stand around. I try my best to not just stand around doing nothing because like, but it's hard when you're trapped in like a cutscene and you're going like, no, I need to talk about this thing because if I don't talk about this thing right now, I'm gonna forget and then I'm gonna get so mad. Does she know? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, when half of the time that it goes in one ear and the other, I have no idea what's going on, but I like you yapping. I think it's also helps for, it also helps with like, it's like one of those things where it's like, you're just listening to someone talk, like a podcast almost. And you don't really care what the topic is. You just like having something in the background. And I think that's what it is for some people. Like they just like apparently have me talking about some random ass stuff in the background. So like, you know, and I don't mind if that's what it is, because that's what lurkers are for, right? Like lurkers who like are people who they have like, where's my ship now? Do I have to bring my ship over from here? Oh my gosh, I do. Okay. Well, the bastards. You could have recommended you to me. I hope he did. Like, it's like, it's always interesting to know what brings people over here and why you guys stick around sometimes. It helped a lot understand everything you said, and it's all very relevant to me. You're on my phone. I'm playing music. Yeah, like I just like yapping and I like talking about things that really interest me. And generally speaking, it's not always entertainment and content creation, right? Sometimes it's like other topics, but I find that like a lot of the times I do enjoy talking about content creation because content creation, entertainment, and media, right? It's all really because it's something that I've been passionate about for a long time. But like, you know, I didn't only start getting really invested in it. You could arguably say, like, rather recently. Well, is 5 years really that recent? Honestly, not really. I've always been I had an interest in content creation and making stuff for a long time. And you can say that, like, because I used to be a cosplayer for, again, like I said, I used to be a cosplayer for quite some time. Is my ship just not here? Oh my gosh, okay, so this is me, I have to go get my ship back. I thought my ship would just follow me around. Oh my goodness. Okay. The ship riding is like the most annoying one. But like, I don't know why I got an interest. I have such a strong interest in media. I really don't. I just do. And I'm very appreciative that even though I may not be like the biggest expert on the topic in its entirety, that you guys have an interest in what I have to say about it, I guess. That's kind of where it comes from for a lot of this, because like I have a lot of passion for, I guess, again, it kind of goes back to this, right? I have a big passion for VTubing and, or I'm just really appreciative of what VTubing has given to me, even though I may not be like the #1 expert on the topic, nor am I like the #1 expert when it comes to even the industry in itself. Like, I only just started working in the VTubing industry myself, and even and it's more like volunteering, honestly, and seeing kind of like some of it is good and some of it's bad, you know. I'm not gonna lie, like that's kind of like how it goes for like the entertainment industry, right? You're gonna experience like a lot of goods, you're gonna experience a lot of bads. But you have to like think about like a lot of the time, like especially when working with VTubers or content creators, right? A lot of it does come down to thinking about the reasons why you choose to stay, right? Because at the end of the day, there's no point in you investing time into something if it's something you don't love doing. And I genuinely love VTubing and streaming, and that's why I'm still here after so long. Because again, it does make me sad that a lot of content creators do end up giving up on VTubing, because some of them have like beautiful models, very complex, and like you know, extremely entertaining, but they just don't really have the passion for it. And I'm not saying that people don't get into VTubing. Yeah, it's like freelancing until you get monetized. Yeah, and that's something that I do often say to a lot of content creators. It's like, don't get into content creation because you're thinking that you're going to make bank off of doing stuff, and people are going to. The sucky thing is about saying this, it says country. Like, don't bank on the fact that people will care about what you do or say. Unfortunately, that's kind of like this. Like, the entertainment in general is a very, I don't want to say heartless, but can be a very cold and very manipulative like industry, right? Because everybody's trying to get ahead in a sense, right? But when you do meet those genuine connections, when you do meet those people who genuinely do care, it's fantastic. You meet some really lovely people. Like, I've been very lucky to meet really fantastic people, for that matter, and been very pleasantly surprised at how welcoming each and every friend that I've made has been, and how we've kind of like have this shared journey, getting better at streaming. Now, some of my own friends, thank you. Like, I mean, yeah, like, and like, you know, I've been very fortunate that a lot of my online friends that I have made through streaming, well, some of them don't stream anymore, I think, or they don't stream as often as they used to. Like, there was a time where we all streamed a little bit more frequently together, and we could collab. But like, some people do move on because that's kind of how it goes, right? Some people like have other priorities. For me personally, why do I still stream after 5 years? Well, I have to say this, right? I'm just extremely lucky. Not everybody has the privilege, I should say, to be able to stream as long and for as long as frequent as I can, because I do stream very long and frequently, because I have a significant other that is willing to support me, right, while I do this. Granted, is this a temporary position? Like, is this temporary? Kind of, right? We're seeing how it kind of goes with like focusing on streaming, but like, you know, I'm just very lucky. I'm very lucky to have a very supportive, like, significant other that, you know, it's like, hey, just see how it goes for a little bit, and even if you don't make anything of it, like, at least you tried for a while. And I've been very, very lucky, and we have seen the growth. It's nothing to like be like, oh yeah, I gotta quit my day job for this, right? But you know, a lot of content creation is about like giving your time and patience to the process. But if you do have a partner that is willing to support you and wait patiently as you go through the process of making stuff, even if you don't grow as big that fast, you should be really appreciative of it. But that being said, right, typically I would recommend for anybody that wants to do content creation, even as a career, don't quit your day job until it actually makes money. I went back to school briefly, so I had to leave my job. So I'm technically between jobs as a freelancer, because I also do editing on the side, but it's not always the most financially active role that I do, if that makes sense. So, you know, it is what it is. Again, doing streaming and doing this, like, to fill up my time, very privileged. It's a very privileged job, I would say. If well, job is very, putting it nicely. But anyways. It's a ghost ship!
Don't be silly, Swain. I'm sure there's no such, there's a much simpler explanation.
The girl is right. Is girl's correct? It is no ghost ship. So what the heck is it? It's a ghost galleon.
A ghost galleon?
Look closely. Look closely. There are many cannons protruding from the sides, are they not? It is one of the legendary, most fearsome warships constructed for the conflicts of the ancients, or the ghost of one, at least. So, it's even worse than a ghost ship. Har 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 har! That's it, beast shipmates! Worse than the worstest nightmare you'll ever had! Arr.
Huh? Whose voice is that?
They come alongside the Black Porpoise unbidden end of their voyages at the bottom of Davy Jones' locker. 'Tis the law of the seas.
David who? I'm dripping, man. You're thinking of something else, or someone else.
I be? Arr, that's terrible rude of me. Forgive me, shipmate. What am I saying? Jits, man, on deck with ye. Run these scurry dogs through. You never do well, natural map. Yeah.
Wow, I can't read that at all. Shit. Jetson, never do well. Oh shit, is this the boss?
Oh, he's weak against me, though.
Oh, is he weak against winds? Is that why? Wow, that's so fast. I didn't expect that. Wow.
What was that thing? Ne'er-do-well, natural maton.
Natomaton. That's what the word is. English. Me smart. Thank you for a reminder to hydrate, Candy. Really appreciate it.
What was that thing? No good pile of nuts and bolts, more like.
It though. Poor Uncle Junk it was. Fun looking too.
Arr, you're no lily liver lubbers, I gave you that. But the nightmare ain't over yet. That's why I barely begun. Har 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 har.
I thought it was easy. Is that voice from your before? Who is that? Show yourself.
Har 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 har. What's the matter, girl? Did the gulls take your eyes? I be right here. Har.
Huh? It's him.
Har 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 har. You gave Jetson a son, scrappin'. You got backbone, I lay to that. But not as much as a backbone as me and my scurry crew here. We're born from keel to topsail, ain't we, boys? Har 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 har.
Why, Captain, you're the wittiest skipper ever to sail the seven seas. Har.
I make no bones about it, Captain. You're a regular laughing riot. Har har har.
Cracky, it wasn't even that funny.
What are you people, anyway? You're not really skeletons, are you? Well, now, shipmates, I be the dreaded Captain Crossbones, skipper and master of here tub we call the Black Porpoise, and scrounge of every inch of ocean from here to eternity.
Arr, Captain, you're a fine way with words. 'Tis poetry, Captain, pure poetry.
Now then, state your purpose. What business have ye with me and my cutthroat crew?
We're looking for the 3 magic stones, and a map brought us here.
Har 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 har! Here to rob us of our treasures, are ye? By thunder! And not just any treasure. By the very jewel given to us by the Wizard King himself. Oh, you're plucky ones, I give ye that.
Huh? So he's got the flippin' thing, has he? It would have to be him, wouldn't it? Flippin' typical this is.
We sea dogs value our treasure more than our very lives themselves. Why, we die for the last little trinket amongst them. If we weren't already dead, of course. Another captain, another just to slay a man. Har! Tar, we all died all over again.
Call me silly, but I'm starting to like these skeletons.
This whole swollen head fool is a legendary captain. Pah! The stone is the greatest treasure in all our holds, full of plunder. You don't have to prize it from me cold dead hands, you scurry dogs.
But we need it. Whatever it takes, we have to have it.
Har har har, whatever it takes, ye say. Captain Crossbones, scourge of the seven seas.
But we didn't even heal. We're a weak baby.
Oh shit. That darn she keeps pinching your HP. That was the first time. Make sure you whack him sharpish if it looks like he's trying to again. It's the only way you'll stop him. Ah, shit. Okay, that's fine. We're doing really well, but I'm kind of nervous that there's more to this fight. Yeah! He's almost done. Yeah! Pretty easy. So easy. Now we get to see if there's another part to this. Oh shit. We murdered him! Hi, just scrolling through YouTube Live. Hope you're having a great evening. Thank you, thank you. Will you describe what niche is? I'm hearing it's more than just let's play in genre what you play. It really is. Let me just finish the scene. And also you finish swallowing this granola bar. Ark! No, Captain! Don't die on us, Captain! Har har! What do you mean, lad? I'd be dead already! Captain! Ark, this is all you're doing, you meddling scallywags! Huh, you call yourselves names, you attack us, and then you have a gal to accuse us of meddling? Worms!
Wait, I don't think they're bad people.
People?
It's been a while since we've been called that, lad. An age, in fact.
Aye, that it has. Remember the golden olden days? The slip of a sloop we started out pirating on all them years back, arr. Quit talking amongst yourselves, why don't you? Or day. It's currently its day for me, but thank you for wishing me one. Remember the captain in them days? What a terror! Drove us like slaves he did, till we was honoured by the Wizard King himself. Feared of nothing, afraid of nothing we were. 'Twas a golden age for men of fortune. Even horizon to horizon, the sea was our big blue oyster. We sailed the black porpoise to world's end and beyond. But we aren't destined to live forever. Time caught up with us, sure as the tide. Aye, you did. And then we were naught but salt-soaked souls, becalmed by the seas of the afterlife. Until the captain came back to us, that is, just as we always knew he would. And we took the waves once more. Never been happier day I did see. Never indeed. What more could a cutthroat crew have wished for in death? Aye, that has been lucky indeed. And truly I have no regrets. Nay, not one. Not even. You're born with the face of a weak, scallywag. I did not read that fast enough. Har, Captain. You outdone yourself. I went to be pirate pants, har. Seriously, there you have it, Stone Thieves. We had ourselves to find lost John to the waves went. Why is it so fast? Okay. That was the easiest one. Anchors away. Arr! Well, they seem happy. Yeah, it seems like things worked out in the end, right for them in the end, eh? I can think of a worse ways to go. Suppose you're right. Do you really think they're gone for good, though? Somehow. They didn't seem like the types to hang up their cutlasses and settle down on a nice peaceful afterlife. Excuse me.
かつて栄し王国も今やこのありさま名もなき古城に過ぎませんな。何を言う。愚者の王国は滅びる宿命だ。お前の選択に間違いはない。あなたにそのような言葉をいただけるとは。ですが評議員殿、あなたほどの方がなぜ我が城まで思いを確かめに来たまでだ。思いとある男の思いだ。
Kind of wondering who's under the mask.
一人の男の名。そう、漆黒の魔導士よ。このままでは近所の行使も時間の問題。それはお前にとって不都合なのではないかな。お互いにとってこの世界の人間などもはや何の益もないはずでしょう。それがお前の答えか。ええ、必ずやお見せいたしましょう。未だ希望を抱きし人間ども、その希望が絶望に塗り替わる瞬間。
So much despair.
お前と同じように心待ちにしていよう。評議員殿、あなたはどこまで面白い。
By the skies, you're a swift boy. I give you that. Seems you already yourselves a full set of magic stones already. We couldn't have done it without Tengri. There's nowhere he can't fly. He's done me proud. He may be a mere fledgling, but he had all the makings of a legendary dragon. Now you know what needs to be doing next, I take it. Those magic stones need to be reunited with that wand of yours. So we just need to put the magic stones back in the holes in the wand, huh? Okay, here goes. Arr! Huh? Oh. They'll never fit. Flippin' heck, man! What's all this about? They're wrong bloomin' sizes, aren't they? Are you blind or something? I guess I didn't think to check. I mean, we were so busy looking for them. You're not seriously telling me we ended up with a bunch of worthless counterfeits, are you? No, they're real. Although can be no doubt, the capers of the stones you cross swords with were real enough, were they not? And then why won't they fit the wand? 'Tis the Munii Shoda that changed the size, like it or not. It's shapeshifted to fit the hand of its new owner. But there's bound to be a way to get those stones to follow suit, and I'd warrant some wise soul has inscribed it down somewhere. I've a nose for plunder, and I'd say you're the best to have a sniff around its same stealth place I first heard to tell the Monarchs are, and I first came by the map. Hamelin, of course, you're right, Kabali. So let's head back to Hamelin again, is it? It seems to be becoming a habit. Come on then, Oliver. Okay, let's go see how Marcuson's doing. Okay, now that we have some time, I can talk about what is a niche. So a niche, for anybody that's kind of curious, is basically kind of like, it's like a specialization, not really a specialization, but how do I describe it? It's like, a niche is like the one thing you're kind of like known for, and one thing that kind of like attracts people to your content, right? So it can be anything. It can be as small as like, oh, you're known as like, you're known to do voice acting. So your whole entire niche is that you voice act, you specialize in voice acting in games that don't have any voice acting in it whatsoever. If you are passionate about horror games, so if you're super into horror games, you can say that your niche is that you only play horror games. But if you feel like that's still too general, then you could be like, I only play indie horror games, right? It can be as big and general, like, oh, I'm going to play only JRPGs. That's kind of like where I am. Or you can narrow it down even more and be like, I'm only going to play the Final Fantasy series, right? That's a full-on niche, because it's basically you're targeting and focusing on a very specific thing, and that's what forming a niche is. It can be anything also from looks and aesthetics. For example, like if you wear glasses, you're the glasses guy that, like, you want to be known for something, right? So if I currently, one of the things I'm known for is that I am a member of staff. I'm a VTuber staff member. Or sorry, I should say this. I'm a VTuber agency staff member that plays RPGs. That's technically its own like thing. It's basically you're trying to make your own category, right? So if people were to remember, you want to think about like, how do people remember you? So if you want to make it like a niche to be like, hey, we are, even with couples, right? You could be like, we are the horror game couple and we play horror games together. And what's your niche? My wife has never played horror games before. But I love horror games. I play them all the time. So it's basically your niche could be like, oh, it's a blind playthrough. It's like a wife is going to be experiencing all these like horror games, and her husband is there to help push her in the right direction when she needs it, for example, right? Or it could be something like, we are the couple that we play pranks on each other in horror games for whatever reason, right? Or like it's like, you know, it's just finding what you want to like be known for. If that's like, you wanted to like hammer out, if I had to say like a few phrases about you, what would it be? And so for me, I guess you could say like, oh, I'm a purple VTuber and I specialize in just RPGs, specifically JRPGs, right? That could be something that I want people to know me for. So it's really just thinking about what is the most important quality that you want your audience to know. Now, it's not to say that this always necessarily works, and this is like the guaranteed way to to build your audience, but it is a way. It is a method. It is a way and a method to kind of like build your audience. It's like, and the more specific you can get, it can work both ways, right? If you're sometimes if you're like, if you are too specific and the market's not hot for it anymore, then it's not going to do you any benefit of being known as that guy, if that makes sense, right? Why do I know this? Because before I dated or got together with my partner, like Bard, right? I dated someone who was a content creator, and they were, I'm not gonna say what game it was, but they were pretty well known for this one specific gacha game. Because they got into it pretty early, and they made their entire channel about that one game. And I'm not sure if they still play to this day, but I have a feeling that they do. And I haven't talked or seen to them in like 3 years, right? Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Akasenma, how are you? Boo. Boo. Let me give you the shout out really quick. Shout out. Oh, Candy did it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Candy. But yeah. Good, how are you? I'm good. We're talking about niches right now and how to, and what people want to be known for. I'm just also going to do that one as well. So I was actually talking about some history. I broke up with a chatbot girlfriend because she said she can't see me. Damn, that's heartbroken. Your Kokoro must be broken. But yeah, like I dated somebody who specialized in a very specific gacha game. Can't share what it is because that would reveal who it is. Maybe he was, because, and his whole entire niche was that he's the guy who plays this one, and he uploads video talking about like the different stats and rates about that specific gacha game. And that's what he's known for. That's what he's best known for. The problem, that game is not popular anymore. It's popular enough that I've heard of the game before, but it's no longer popular. But it's still going, surprisingly. But the problem with it, because the fan base has drastically dropped over the years, the money he used to make from that game kind of is slowly but surely kind of like dying, you know? And so a lot of his income is based on Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Tectone. It's not Tectone. God, like they made way more money than this person I'm talking about. This person that I'm talking about that I used to date, he was like, it's not, because Genshin Impact is still kind of active, I would say. It's Nikkei, right? Yeah, definitely. It's totally Nikkei. No, this game is older than Genshin Impact. But he was well known in the community, but like the thing is that like this game is not popular anymore, and it has been popular for, I would argue, like 10 years. So that's the thing. You can, there's a thing about, like, you know, when you find your niche, right? You should when you want to develop an audience, yes, you want to be known for one thing, but you have to be able to pivot and expand and grow. Actually, another perfect example about someone who does pivot, because, like, you know, they were known for one thing specifically, but then were able to pivot to their next game quite well. I really don't have a niche. I'm a chaotic. Not everybody needs a niche, right? But it is helpful for growth. Maybe Fortnite. Fortnite's not a gacha game, is it? I'm gonna be going around circles. I've been going around circles as you talk the way I do. Yeah, I have to move around, so it makes it look like I'm actually like playing the game. So a perfect example actually would be my friend Rin Taicho. If you don't know who Rin Taicho is, you might know her by her other name of Rin Senpai. And especially if you were in the Love Live circuit years ago, like almost a decade ago. But if you don't know, Rin Senpai was actually a fairly popular Love Live gamer. And she specialized in just Love Live content for the longest time. She did spread herself out with other games, but she is a perfect example of someone who capitalized on pull streams, which is like she would use her gems to pull, and then she would make over exaggerated content on her pulls and like her excitement over it. And she started to build an audience from that, and then she started getting really into the Love Live community, and it really boosted her in that sense. But of course, Love Live, unfortunately, the boom didn't last forever, and when views start to decline, you have to move on to something else. Eventually, though, she really got into Genshin Impact. I should got into too if I was rich. So she got into Genshin Impact, actually. She wasn't one of the starting Genshin Impact players, though, so she got in actually late to the Genshin Impact train. Do you love girls? I do love girls, but unfortunately, my partner is a boy. So what ended up happening with her is that even though she wasn't like one of the first Genshin Impact players to like she made a name for herself. Why? What was her niche for Genshin Impact? She was known to be a really good Amber player, actually. Or rather, she was very stubborn about having Amber as her main for a very, very long time. And she built, and people would be like, "Oh, Rin, you need to change your character." And Rin would be like, "Fuck that, I'm being Amber." You know, kind of like that. You know, it's like, and that was like her niche. That was literally the niche of her just being an Amber player for a while. And then she moved on from that to like do other like Genshin Impact stuff, right? And she got pretty big in that world in the sense to the point where Hoyoverse actually invited her to commentary on their TCG game. So like, you know, like having a niche and finding that niche can really benefit you. Grown-ass man with a voice changer, by the way. Are you a grown-ass man with a voice changer? And then with Genshin Impact, you know, it has slowed down quite a bit now in terms of fan base. There are still people who do play Genshin Impact, but for Rin, she eventually moved on to something else because, you know, you always have to pivot because when your views are kind of dying, you kind of got to change stuff, right? You got to make a change. And she eventually, this is before YouTube sees on the more trolls. It does. It really does. What was it? When she noticed that her Genshin views were kind of dying, she still does Genshin once in a while, right? Not going to when Genshin Impact wasn't doing too well, she decided to, like, she's like, again, you have to remember that Rin is also playing other games, but it's like mostly like there's a bread and butter game, and then there's like, I do this other game for fun, so like, you know, it's like just in case, right? So while she's playing Genshin, all of her viewers were like, "Hey, Rin, why don't you play?" And this was before the controversy. Why don't you play a Nikki, the Infinity Nikki game, right? And Rin fucking loved that game because it's fashion and RPG elements. It's like there's some gamer elements to it, and she actually got into the creator program for that as well because, like, you know, she just really good at the game and also really good at fashion. So like, you know, it's and then when the controversy happened again, I should say, when the controversy happened, gosh, my spit. When the controversy happened, I think a lot of like Infinity Nikki content creators, their reviews were taking, well, it's two things, right? People were looking up Infinity Nikki, so their views were going up, but not in a good way. Eventually, though, the next game that actually happened to pivot for, I would argue, for Rin Taichou right now, And she's currently playing Uma Musume. She's become an Uma Musume content creator recently. She's, so like, you know, you have to have that flexibility of being able to, if you're going to be a niche, be a flexible one. Be someone who you can, like, even if you're known for one thing, be known for another thing, right? And keep, like, and it's okay to jump around to different things, but just be known for something. And then when it starts to die down, try to figure out another niche that you can, like, kind of, like, pivot off of. It doesn't have to be too far from each other, but it is about being flexible and, like, and stuff like that, right? Because this is why she's able to still do content creation, and do some really cool stuff. But, that being said, she also was she had an office job for a very long time. So, like, you know, great assault with all those pivots, you know. Grown-ass woman with the voice changer, but are you a grown-ass woman with the voice changer? Is it a poor moderation? I mean, I don't really have mods on YouTube, admittedly, and YouTube doesn't really allow bans, I found. Pleased to meet you. It's good, and pleased to meet you as well. You're a grandma with a voice. I mean, people would say I'm a grandma sometimes. But grandmas are adorable. Read a speech. Yeah. Anyways, that was my tangent for content creation. Guess what's your Princess Linus? We got all them stones. No bans on YouTube? Yeah, there's no bans on YouTube. You have the Mornstar. I don't remember what voice I gave him. You have the Mornstar's magic stones, so you've recovered the map from Kabali? That's right, Your Highness. Well, actually, he kinda gave it to us. Kabali helped you? The Sky Pirate? He's not a bad sort, once you get to know him. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong voice. He's not a bad sort, once you get to know him. He took us under his wing, like, he even gave us a dragon to fly about on. Tidy, eh? What? That's confusing. I like going to Japanese YouTube channel and let them say cute. Cute? I'm not Japanese though. I will say that. You gave him a dragon? He gave you a dragon. Can this be true? It's true, Your Highness. Tengiri helped us find the 3 magic stones. You couldn't have done it. We couldn't have done it without him. The problem now is how to stick the stones back into the Mornstar. And I won't lie to you, we don't have the foggiest. We were kind of hoping you might be able to help us, Your Highness. Please, give me the wand and the stones. I wish to examine them. So you literally can't stop someone from saying even the worst things. The best you can do is you can hide them, which is their version of banning, but it's not quite the same, if you know what I mean. It can be a little frustrating, but at the same time, I mean, it's the internet. This is a rather tricky one. Oh, don't tell me you can't help us either. The stones are just too big, aren't they? Well, if it were a mere matter of unifying the sizes of the wand and the stones, my powers would be more than suffice. I don't know what that person's referring to, but you know what I can do? One sec. Just need to go over here for a minute. Did this one over here? Ah, I see. So that we can't see their comments. What we can do, I go and do that. Yeah, YouTube is strange that way, but there's some ways I can do stuff. Like that. Gain muscles, gain money, or gain eagerness. Eagerness? I don't know. I wish I could gain more money. Money. Because I feel like it would be... I need my charger. My phone's about to die. I think a lot of people would choose money over muscles, honestly. Financial freedom, right? There we go. Oh, you hide, but you can still see those messages, or do they still show up in the window overlay head? I mean, they stop after, like, you can still see it right now that you will, like, some of the messages, but when you hide them, like, you can't see the messages anymore after a while. Let's see. I broke up with my real girlfriend because I like Japanese girls. Why? Comments are too random. I don't think you, like, when it comes to dating, I mean, like, I guess, like, if you have a preference, you have a preference, but, like, I feel that's a weird reason to break up with your girlfriend, but then again, you might just be a troll. Yeah, let's play is a big ocean. It really is a big ocean. You just need to figure out what makes you shine. What makes you shine? And then you just capitalize that. You know, it's really when you find that thing that brings you the most views, analyze why it brought you the most views. Think about what part of the video, like, did well, and then that's the most important thing when it comes to content creation. Is like, sometimes it really is like throwing everything and anything at the wall and seeing what sticks, and then analyzing why it stuck. You know, and that's how you should kind of go with content creation. Like, yes, my advice might be helpful for some things, but it's not the end all to be all. It's not gonna work for every single person out there, you know, at the end of the day. Hi, big sister. My name is Ronak, and I'm new here. Welcome in. Gosh, I'm probably never multi-stream on YouTube, even though I get enough trolls on Twitch. You're just too kawaii. Are you just too kawaii? Or kawaii? I mean, a lot of the first-time chatters only show up once and just say some mean stuff. Ah, I see. I guess for me, I don't really... When it comes to comments, it just kind of rolls off my back nowadays. I don't really care too much. Unless, like, I read them... I try to avoid to read inappropriate stuff as much as possible. I'm not perfect. I might read some things, right? But, you know, there are a lot of people who will just come in and just say hi and leave. That's kind of the life of a live streamer. Have fan art of for you. Oh, do you? Do you have fan art of me? Do you prefer Twitch rather than YouTube? That's a good question. That really is. Let me finish this one section, because I know we're just staring at a scene where they're just looking at each other and they're going like, why aren't you saying anything? So I'll talk about my preferences of Twitch and YouTube. And did someone say fan art? Fan art. Nexus Forever said fan art on YouTube. I will beat you. No, it's not about beating people with fan art, guys. Anyways. Hang on a minute. Are you telling us it ain't just the wonky size that to worry about? It's never flippin' easy, is it?
I think I got it. Just think for a moment. When exactly did we get a hold of Mornstar?
It was when we were sent back to the past, which means,
The problem may stem from the attempting to join the Mornstar of 15 years past and the stones you obtain here in the present. As long as there is time difference, so to speak, it may not be possible to unite them.
So we need to find Mornstar here in the present?
If only it were that simple. I had my men search for it, but it seems to have been destroyed. Not a trace of it remains in our time.
Hold on a moment. Hold on. We brought it from us from the past, so surely it would make sense that it doesn't exist in the present as well. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. This is all getting a bit too flippin' complicated for me.
There may be one who can help you. I speak of Kulan, one of the 4 great sages. Her magical powers were the most formidable.
So if we can find the great sage Kulan, she can help us with Mornstar.
We're talking about Kulan, the queen of the heavens, right? She ruled a city in the clouds called Xanadu, but that place was destroyed. Yes.
Jeepers! Her city was destroyed?
Can it really be 5 years ago? Yes, it must be. 5 years ago, news reached us that Sidar had attacked the celestial citadel of Xanadu. By the time we mustered our forces, it was too late. When Hamelin's airborne divisions arrived, Xanadu had already been wiped out from the map. I'm afraid I do not know what became of its queen and her subjects, but
Perhaps if you were lucky. Ugh. Fat chance. Sounds like Sidar dealt with them just like he dealt with your predecessor. Swain, please. In any case, it's not within my power to help you. For that, I can only apologize. Don't worry, Your Majesty. There must be another way. Well, if we can't find Kulan, I guess we'll have to try another great sage. Another? Well, Alicia is no longer with us, which leaves only Rashad. Yes, my father is sure to know something. Your father? Ah, I see where you get your wisdom. Yes, Rashad may be able to help you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh, we're not gonna find anything out by hanging around here by swapping compliments. Let's be off, shall we? Sure, let's go find someone who can help us. They're out there somewhere. I just know they are. Okay. That was useless. Is it hard to make a fan base? Yes. I scrolled about too much. Now I'm back here. Welcome back. A lot of times it's hard to decide if you want to ban them or not. You don't want to look like you're spamming ban hammer for small things. Yeah. I think the fame soothing you're born with. I mean, it depends. Okay, so what is my preference, Twitch or YouTube? I think that is a very good question because everyone, I think, when it comes to content creation, especially live streaming, will make that question. Now, even quick, and even nowadays, Kick is in question too. Oh gosh, look at her. Accused. That's not the type of armor you find around these parts. There's no snuff for starters. There's something strange about her. Hold on, could she be? What is it, Swain? Is she a friend of yours? Yeah, we go way back. But seriously, it's the armor she's wearing. It's what they wore in Xanadu. Yeah, what? But I thought Xanadu was destroyed. So she's a survivor, is she? There's lucky. Come on, Ollie, boy. Let's find out what that girl's got to say for herself. Did they just send the fan art? Did they send the fan art the Discord? I don't think so. I didn't check the Discord. Some people just say stuff. Sometimes people send it through Twitter. Can it be? Can it be you can see me? Of course we can. Why wouldn't we be able to? Oh, this is marvelous. And you can hear me too. Sure, we can hear you, but we're using spirit medium to speak to you. It must mean... You are correct. I lost my life some time ago, and you are the first to notice my presence. Well, we ain't going to miss you in the Geta, are we? So you came to Xanadu, did you? Indeed. Celestial Kingdom of Xanadu was my home. I was charged with protecting our queen, and I failed, obviously. But Sidar destroyed Xanadu, didn't he? So I guess you, No. I did not fall in battle. I was slain by a Conrad, a fellow citizen of Xanadu. Huh? What do you mean? What you said is correct. Sidar did indeed lay waste to my home. The fiend made his way into the inner sanctum of the palace, unnoticed by anyone. Our magic had no effect on him. Even the mighty sorcery of the Queen Kulan was useless. Kulan, but we heard she was the most powerful magic of all the great sages. Nonetheless, it was of no use. She was powerless against him, but Sidar did not take our lives, no. He robbed us of something else. He stole our hearts. He took the hearts of all those who dwelled in our city. He stole all of your hearts? Indeed, and without hearts to call our own, we lacked emotion, we lacked reason. And that's how we came to pass that. Duh. You said enough. I can imagine what happened then, believe me. Sidar will pay for this. What happened that day, I will never forget. It's in horror and forever etched in my memory. That's so horrible, to be killed by one of your own people. I'm so sorry. Do not pity me. My people still have hope. Hope? What do you mean? Queen Kalan, the Queen of the Heavens. She lives still. She does? But we thought that... Now that I dwell in the spirit realm, I can feel her presence. I can sense my queen's power. For years I have searched for her without cease. Without cause? Cease. But she is not to be found in this kingdom. I sense her presence somewhere in the north of here. But I sense something else too. An evil so terrible, I fear to approach it. North of here? Do you mean the Tombstone Trail?
Maybe. There was another kingdom on the continent now. There's only Hamelin. And the Odd Town or two. But if she's out there, we have to find her.
We got Tengri, and if the Queen of the Heavens is somewhere around here, we'll be sure to find her. You mean it? Do you really mean to search for her? You have my eternal gratitude.
Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let Sidar get away with what he's done. And besides, we have our own scores to settle with the fiendish scoundrel.
Oh, stop trying to impress her by sounding all heroic. What he means to say is, leave it to us. Thank you, most humbly. I'm deeply grateful. I almost forgot. Should you find Queen Kalan or any other survivor from Xanadu, would you please give them this? It was damaged by the fire that swept through our realm, but it is the only remaining proof that my city, and indeed myself, ever existed.
Sure, leave it to us.
You obtain the wings of Xanadu. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time to scour Automina and see if we can find Queen Kalan. Anyways. Please, just do both. I'll go check. Also, it seems that the female presenting streamers get certain trolls more often, like kind of like trolling that won't work on non-female presenting streamers. Okay, so in terms of choosing, they call the streamer into question, acting like they're faking something. Yeah, I will say there's definitely a difference between female streamers and male streamers. You'll see that female streamers, if they do VTubing, are generally speaking way more popular than the male counterparts that do VTubing. That is kind of like a kind of an accepted truth that a lot of people have come to, well, arguably have come to terms with. But it doesn't necessarily mean that if you are a male streamer, you cannot be popular as a VTuber. That is not what I'm trying to say, and I will never say that is a thing necessarily, because there are plenty of male streamers that are way more male VTubers are way more popular than their female coworkers. Niji Sanji being a perfect example of that, right? The male streamers in Niji Sanji are way more popular than the female ones, and that's also sort of happening with the JP side of things. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you know, they all deserve to, like, you know, everyone. If you everyone's a bit different, but you know, like, I like to believe that everybody who who does like streaming in that agency, you know, they have earned their position based on the efforts that they put into their content, right? I don't want to ever want people to feel like, oh, they don't deserve it because, like, you know, blah blah blah. No, I genuinely do feel that, like, you know, people earn their followers for the most part. Of course, there are like people who buy bots, but we're gonna have to talk about that, right? So, when it comes to choosing between Twitch and YouTube, there are benefits to both. I will say that for me personally, I do have some biasism towards Twitch, because I've been on Twitch much longer than I have been on YouTube, right? And YouTube, I have been on the platform this like as a viewer much longer than I have on Twitch, right? There are definitely pros and cons to both sites. I will say that if you are starting out and you I will say this, that it's easier to get monetized on Twitch than it is on YouTube. I'm not even monetized on YouTube. Like, and I've been only doing this for a while, right? Everyone likes cute anime girls, so male streamers should probably just use cute anime avatars. Doesn't matter how manly Diva is. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using a cute anime girl avatar. I mean, that's how I met my partner. Oh, but I don't mean corpos though. They work like idols is big enough. They don't have read most messages. I think it's very different. Every culture is a little bit different in terms of like how big you get as a streamer versus like, cause like it does get harder to like talk to everybody as you get bigger as a content creator, and smaller ones, like that's the appeal of smaller content creators, is that you can still talk to them.
Who goes there? Oh, I see you're not from these parts. How very observant of you. Listen, we'd love to stay and chat, but we have things to do. This town's been blessed by the higher power. I cannot allow the likes of you to disturb the tranquility of such a sacred place.
Geez, sorry, mister. We didn't know, but we're not here to disturb anything. Talk about a warm flippin' welcome. This miserable so-and-so could do with some lessons on hospitality from my dear old man.
Cease your senseless writherings. I will not let you pass. Be gone! I have important matters to attend to. The sacred ceremony is about to begin, and the Queen Kalan must not be kept waiting.
Hang on, did you say Queen Khan? That's her we're after.
Aha, just as I thought. You intend to harm our queen. Well, you shall not do so while I draw breath.
No, you got it all wrong, mister. We just want to speak to her. Somebody told us she was still alive. The person who gave us this medal.
But, tell me, where did you find this?
We met a lady in Haviland. She's wearing the armor like yours.
Could it be? Is she here now?
No. She said she wouldn't travel north. I reckon she had enough of her plate already. With what was on her dead, with her being dead and all.
But this, can it be true? Can she really be gone?
It seems
Our friend here and that mystery woman have some history. I feared she had not escaped, but I cannot allow my feelings to overcome my duty. Tell me, what business do you have with the queen?
there's something we need to ask her.
I see. Well, I'll let you pass, but I'm afraid you may be out of luck.
What? You mean we can't see Queen Klan?
I fear she will not have no time for you now. Did I not say that she was preparing to preside over the sacred ceremony? For the time being, take a look around town and see how it is blossomed since receiving the blessings of the Queen of the Heavens.
Your amazing blessing and the best shining star in the whole universe. Your smile is always bright in the world. You make the world better by being in it. You deserve the best. You're always rooting for you, and you follow the world. Thank you, Pumpkin, and you are the best too. Mwah, 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 mwah. The troll no smaller streamers would most likely see this troll message. It is true. It is equally true for that. It's not really bad compared to YouTube. Yeah, streamers with larger out chats flood too much. Most get ignored. Okay. So, yes and no. The algorithm on Twitch is kind of garbage. But I will say there's also this. The fact of the matter is this. If you... What time is it right now, actually? Okay, we're still good. If you decide that you want to join YouTube or Twitch, right? Depending on which one you want to go to. There are benefits to both. So for Twitch, you can get monetized faster. It is a live streaming platform. And you can raid into people without you can raid into people at whatever level, right? You can connect to people. I believe, right? You can raid. I think you can raid at any level, right? Yeah, you can, because I was able to raid people before I was an affiliate. And there's like, once you get to affiliate level, you get emotes, and it's easier to get emotes and stuff like that. And you can also gamify your whole channel to make people actually interested in watching your content, right? That is the benefit of going onto Twitch. Plus also the different game categories, so it makes it easier for people to find you in that sense, depending on what kind of games you play and want to specialize in, right? Okay, the bad. Oh, sorry. You can also ban people permanently from your channel. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. If you don't want to see it, you don't have to deal with it, right? You know, I should save, shouldn't I? Save. What else? So if you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to see it. And also there's also things like, what else? What else is there? What else is there, chat? What are the benefits? There's, I think that, like, there are just a lot of benefits, I would say, to joining Twitch before YouTube. Now, the thing with YouTube, though, the problem with YouTube is that if you join YouTube,
it's a very different culture there, I would say, right? In terms of streaming culture, because you're sharing the platform with people who do long form or like, you know, content and stuff like that. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna farm while I'm doing this, because like I'm pretty sure it's boring to just watch me walk around but not actually interact with anybody. So we're just gonna farm. You can't ban on YouTube. You cannot ban on YouTube. You can hide people on YouTube, but you cannot ban them. I know. So what does hiding do? Hiding hides the user account from your channel, I believe. I don't think that they can comment, or even if they do comment, you can't see any of it. So like, you can also, and other stuff, right? You can also time out people on YouTube and stuff like that. But the thing is with YouTube, like, and there's benefits, is that like, you know, YouTube, from what I understand, because like streamers go back and forth on whether or not they prefer YouTube or they prefer other platforms. YouTube, again, there is a vertical and horizontal streaming. So discoverability can be a little bit easier on YouTube in that sense, right? And I do think that YouTube does typically push newer streamers a little bit better than Twitch, right? But you have to also remember that there's just simply just a lot of people doing content creation nowadays. So it's not shocking that there is just a sea of people that you have to kind of go through, and like and it's not always going to be the easiest of being spotted, right? Regardless, right? You just have to kind of like pick and choose, like kind of like I'm not sure if I have this one, but sure. But like, it's like, again, for me, in order to get monetized, I believe on YouTube, you have to have 500 subscribers or followers, 500 subscribers, do more than 3 videos a month or a week, I can't remember. And also you have to have a very high watch time. I think 3,000 hours, and watch time, I mean, is that, William Carl, that means like how many people have to view your content. They have to have view 3,000 hours combined. And not everybody's gonna watch your entirety of your streams, to be completely honest. I have plenty of people who just kind of pop in for like a couple minutes and leave. But that all counts eventually to it. Any read Kagurabachi? I don't think I've read that one. Though another bad thing about YouTube is that you don't really, so it's harder threshold to get monetized on YouTube, but if you get monetized on YouTube, you have a better cut financially, right? So what does that mean? It means that like, because for Twitch affiliates, you only get I believe 50%. You only get 50% of the subscription money, I believe. Only 50%. YouTube, I believe, they only take 30%. And that, I think that's regardless of what level you are. But 30%, if you only want Twitch to take 30% of your income, that means you have to reach partner, because there's 2 tiers to a Twitch, right? If you reach partner, not only do you get a better cut, then it's typically better, but you have to meet like other, like, basically like reaching monetization on YouTube is like, would be, to me, the equivalent of reaching partner almost on Twitch to a certain extent, right? Because it's so much harder to get, but you get better rates, I would say, right? Immediately. And some people do say that there's some things on YouTube that are much better than on Twitch, but I'm not entirely sure, mostly because when it comes to YouTube, I'm not that much of an expert, though I'm pretty sure there are plenty of more experienced streamers who do know the key differences and would be more than willing to share it in terms of where you should start your streaming platform. Regardless, what I would say though, if you want to go with YouTube or Twitch, just pick one. Pick one of the two. Those are generally pretty good. I know that a lot of people would say like, oh, but what about Kick? I've never used Kick, so I wouldn't be able to give a very accurate opinion on it. But I do know that if you are a VTuber in particular, it's not a good platform for you. I have heard that it is not a good platform unless you you associate with a certain ideology, I want to say. And so if you don't subscribe to that, you may have a terrible time on Kick, right? I think also, like, what I have heard is people are confused how it's able to maintain its income. But I'm not, again, I haven't done so much heavy research on it other than what I roughly know about Kick. So take my comments about Kick with a grain of salt, because I really don't know what I'm talking about regarding that platform. I haven't really tried streaming that much on TikTok, if I to be completely honest. I tried it before, but I think like my computer couldn't even handle it with everything I wanted to stream. So it didn't last very long. Plus for TikTok, you can only live stream if you have over 1,000 followers, I believe. You need to be part of the program. Yeah. Munii, could I have the lore of my ethnicity? The lore? Is it really lore to know my ethnicity? The full-time YouTubers keep saying they can't survive on ad money and sponsor money where they make sponsors where they make most of the money. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the number one thing. This would be true for all platforms, quite honestly. Kick has bad reputation and praise, maybe. I would say that I would say this. You 100% cannot live off of just subscriber money. Sponsorships, merchandise, and other things, you need to like spread your portfolio, right? Maybe you could have African descent. I mean, doesn't everybody originate from Africa? No, I'm not that interesting. I come from I'm from Maple Land, but if you want to know my ethnicity, let's just say that my origin, that my family's origins may or may not involve a Great Wall, you could say. But I can't speak any of the Bounty languages. But when it comes to streaming and stuff like that, right? Like a lot of it does come from sponsorships. It does come from like doing advertising for games sometimes and partnering with things. Like you have to just really be willing to put in the effort and grind. I think that but the thing is, you have to remember is that you can actually start at any level at any point to like start grinding. I don't really know. I don't really do that personally, mostly because I have not heavily invested in doing that. More so that I've tried to just, grow and have, and build my audience, so to speak, right? I'm not too heavily invested in, I guess it's weird to say, right? I'm not too heavily focused on applying for sponsorships or doing all those things, because mostly I want to do, especially with streaming, is I want to stream the content that I actually am interested in. That's like the number one thing, because for me personally, I keep getting asked about my accent a fair years. I know it's a bit hard to place, but it gets a bit tiring. I think because you have a very unique accent, Candy. Like, you're not, like, you don't have a very strong, like, you have a strong accent, but it's also, like, it's not the, like, I could tell because, like, you know, kinship, we'll just say. But, it's, I think your accent's quite interesting because it's definitely a mixture. Personally, I don't care about ethnicity. It's big in the West, but not where I'm from. Yeah, like I think like even in Mapleland, the thing is that this reminds, again, I've said this story before, because but like this is for people who didn't know. At one point in my life, I was a teacher in Korea. I taught English, and I actually had a not huge debate, but I did have a disagreement with one of the teachers, who was also a foreigner. They're from New York, I believe, and they were very much like, we have to teach English, but when we teach English, we have to teach them in a very specific accent. And the accent that she was telling me that we should be teaching people, or our Korean students in, should be, quote unquote, the proper accent, meaning American English, because that's the style of English that they were learning. Never mind the fact that some other educators that we hired, the foreign teachers that were also like working in Korea, were from England or from other English-speaking countries like South Africa, like, because there were a lot of South Africans who actually taught English, actually, for anybody that's kind of curious. Finally got it. Tin Man, you're mine, mother trucker! But anyways, like, I don't subscribe to the idea or fact that there's one way and proper way to enunciate English. Oh no, I don't know what to listen to forcing after. I know too well about Tinny. Yeah, like, I don't... Little Tinny. Little Tinny fell down the well! The thing is with learning English, and I'm sure many of you know this, English, there's no actual proper standardization for speaking English, because English was not is not like an inherently like the Americanized version of English is not what English is like. People in England think that we don't speak the proper English, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have the proper enunciation for certain things, like, for example, aluminum versus aluminium, right? And that's like, and there's water and water, right? You can teach them the differences, but there's no, like, the idea that there was like a standard, like of some sort, to speak, in speaking English was something that, quite truly, I want to say baffled me, mostly because, like, I don't think that's inherently correct, you know what I mean? It seems very dismissive. Like, a brown cog-shaped specimen. Oh, why did I think it was the big one? It's not this one. It was the bunny. But I never got the bunny one, did I? He's very. Or maybe this one. Oh, I need 3 of them. Okay, so I need... a brown cog-shaped creature, so I need to go out and find another cog one. Aluminium just sounds like say yeah, but like all those Apple ads. But yeah, like and the reason why I also bring it up in terms of accents and stuff like that is because like for me personally, because people are probably curious about my general opinion about like some accents, I guess you could say. Especially when it comes to sometimes even with voice acting, right? Personally for me, I don't think that it should really matter what your accent sounds like. It should matter more like if I can just understand you and able to communicate with you. That's always what's been more important to me personally when it comes to learning English or like teaching English, because like at the end of the day, if I'm able to understand you, I don't really care how you enunciate things, because it doesn't matter, because there's no actual, in my opinion, no actual standard way to speak certain languages, because there just isn't. I'm sorry, right? Because if we're gonna have like an argument over what is like the proper way to speak certain or say certain words, like of course like there's gonna be some words that's gonna be confusing if you don't like enunciate it a certain way. Like I'm not like that. Another person, I used to work for a call center, and some people would only understand me if I copy their accent, especially Middle Easterns. I have an American accent when talking. Like, I don't, like, I understand, like, copying accents to be understood better, because I've done that too. I've actually done that with, like, I don't pronounce things like croissant or macaroon, you know? I pronounce things like, I enunciate things like, for example, like macaron or like croissant. But if they don't understand what I'm saying, croissant, right? I'm just gonna say croissant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that ignorant, I guess. Would that be the correct word? Like, I'm not that ignorant to people's enunciations, if that's how they choose to want to enunciate things. I'm just wondering. I wonder if I have to look for like a hot cog, right? Or am I supposed to be looking for a sprog cog? Maybe the sprog cog, right? I know people are probably wondering what I'm doing, but like, you know, like as long as you speak words, not mumble like a goldfish, everything's standing. Like, I know that there's some things that you kind of have to enunciate correctly, like, and that's where, like, you know, like things where it does involve certain languages, right? Where it's because you have to, like, you can't. Like, it's very different for things like, for example, we'll say, like, Chinese, right? Chinese, you have to use, like, very specific enunciations, or, because, like, certain sounds mean different words, right? You can't, it's very different. Like, of course, like, it's really a matter of, like, can people understand you at the end of the day, right? And if people can't understand you, then, like, you're not necessarily speaking the language correctly. But yeah, that's just my general thoughts on that topic as well. Because I know, like, you know, some people are going to feel very strongly about certain languages and certain accents and stuff like that. But, you know, as long as people are making the effort to, like, communicate. I think that's the most important thing, right? Hmm. I'm wondering if I have to go over here for that cog monster. Kinects really don't make much harder. Don't really make it much harder to understand, though. Yeah. Where are the monsters? Where are the cog monsters? Oh, there's a Sprog Cog. I wish there was a way to, like, capture monsters faster. Because apparently my Cog monster is not the right color. How does that make sense when it's also brown? I don't know. What we do in the what now? We're trying to get the Sprog Cog. Our Chinese is mostly Han, and their accents get made the standard Mandarin, yeah. Cause yeah, there's different accents and also like different dialects too, right? Like it's complicated, but like it's like as long as you have like the tone and the tones down, right? Because I know for Chinese for Chinese media, they often have to dub each other, don't they? Because like there's just so many different accents that there's no actual standardization. To a certain extent, get pushed on all the dozen ethnicities in the South, even erasing languages. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about the shoving and forcing of people to learn other languages. Like that's what happened with a lot of native languages actually in Mapleland, right? We've lost a lot of languages because settlers would force indigenous people to speak English. It's a little sad when you think about all the languages that were lost because people forced people to assimilate to their culture. Like forced assimilation, you know what I mean? And it wasn't even like wasn't even like, you know, for example, English wasn't actually like I'm sure many of you have come to realize, right? As long as with history, right? English what did not originate in Canada or in America, right? It originated in England, and settlers and people like forced a lot of the inhabitants to speak English, so much so that a lot of abuse happened because of it, which was the unfortunate side effect of colonization in a sense. But all right, yeah, it's certainly. History certainly is very complicated in that sense, right? And it's not to say like, Munii, you hate speaking the Queen's language. It has nothing to do with that. It has more about like, you know, discussion of history at that point. Because like it is important to kind of like acknowledge that, like, you know, with history and there are things that are honestly lost, right? I don't know if we already had this bat, but we're getting another one. Genie? Wah. Wah. Wag? Wah. Oh, it's getting late. I should go to bed. Yeah, you really should, Candy. I noticed that you were on for quite some time. I like how we went to, like, accents and, like, talking about that kind of, like, stuff. Like, even though we were talking a lot about content creation and stuff like that, like, that's interesting how, like, a language happened, like, how, like, this session came to be. But I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your evening, Candy, and I really appreciate you sticking around with us. No. Just gonna keep all the monsters just in case. Even though I don't change anything. Tyke Myson? Sure. Thanks. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Are you guys tired of my voice yet? I do know that we'll probably. I'm really happy actually. Like, it may not seem it, like, because like I've been like talking so much about stuff and like progressing the story. We actually progressed quite far in the story, despite me doing this right now and trying to like have these conversations with you guys, like, and like walking around and doing all these things while also trying to do this side mission that I got obsessed with doing now. Sorry, because I'm trying to get the Sprog cog. Because even though apparently I'm a brown cog, apparently it's not good enough. Yeah, you gotta relax your voice. Thank you, thank you. Apparently I got it from my mom, because apparently she sounds very similar to me. Apparently, people actually quite often have assumed that I am my mom. I am Mama Munii on the phone. So I usually do like, oh no, sorry to disappoint you. Sure. I wonder... Oh, I can, okay. Interesting. Oh, I did get this one, okay. Where is this monster? Come on, Sprog Quag. I wonder if I should. There's like there's a way to more likely guarantee it. I'm just not knowing what that is because I'm too ignorant. I should probably look it up, right? Because there might be a strategy to get it more successfully, or if it's just completely random, which would be annoying. There it is. Oh shoot. I dropped the box. Yeah. We're not gonna care too much about its name. Now we can fly! Fly out of this island! It's Bartholomew. We got more buns?
Yeah.
Thank you. Large family likes to make sure I'm fed. That's what's nice about staying with in-laws sometimes, is that, like, you know, they just like, here's food, child. Okay, this should be how I finish it now, that quest. There we go. Finally completed this quest. This quest. Now to get rid of them all. Tree familiar. I keep forgetting, like, what is, like, their specialties. Because, like, it's not, like... I wish they would, like, tell you what their specialties. So he's tin and fire. Beast, tin, fire. Sure, we'll have him. Oh, this one too, apparently. I guess we can sort them by... Oh, we can sort them by type. Are these, like, the same and not the same at the same time? Oh well, regardless, I haven't been really acquiring that many. Wait, can I just teleport? I'll just teleport. I'm gonna teleport over to... what was that town called? That one, I'm guessing. We can continue the story. How come he was allowed in town? Need all the cappuccinos. Oh wait, do you still have other things, actually? Mmm. Hmm. What's this? Bring more control over the force of light. Okay. Anyways. Is there like anything? Oh. Okay. We just continue the story. No! Are you the witch? Aye. That guard, what was he thinking? Why has he let in more outsiders? First it was that gentleman, and now children! Excuse me, ma'am. We're looking for Queen Kulan. The guard said she was somewhere around here. So you have come to receive her blessing. Here we go, a flippin' again. What's all this about the sacred ceremonies of bloom and blossoms? You come to parade, and yet you know nothing of our blessings. Look deep into the eyes of the people here. See how we are blessed. Oh, we've seen it all right. Those people aren't blessed there. Broken-hearted. Seems like some blessings aren't worth counting. What did that man say? Yeah. Our hearts, they are broken? Pay no attention. Carino, the blessings we have received have lifted the fear from our hearts. Do you know how many towns in this land have been wiped from the map by the Dark Djinn? But you can't give in. You have to stand up to Sidar. Let me take a look at you, you're a wizard, are you not? How can you know that there is no magic, no power, nothing but fear in your heart? But ma'am, we can't let your heart be broken just because it stops you feeling afraid. He's right. What's the point of blessings like that? You may as well have your heart broken by Sidar. Nina Carino, it's nearly time for the ceremony to begin. It's finally time for you to join us. It's time for you to be blessed. I'm ready, Yaya. Then let us go. We must not keep Queen Kulan waiting. Wow. I'm not sure Queen Kulan's going to be much help, I'm not sure Queen Kulan's going to be much of a help, Not if she's the one handling up these so-called blessings. But if we don't do something, the little girl will end up like everyone else. We have to offer... Oops, I should have been talking to people, I guess. Ha ha ha. I guess they do kind of look a little dead inside. I did a mistake. And I'm embarrassed to admit it. Okay, you know how some breads have paper on the bottom of it? I forgot to check and I ate some of the paper. Whoops. Yep, I'm smart. I ate some of the paper. It should be pretty edible, it's fine. I got a bad feeling about this. Get a load of her eyes, will ya? They're all weird. Jeepers. She's heartbroken. Star must have done this while he attacked Xanadu. Now we know why she's been up to no good, handing out those so-called blessings. But if we don't do something, Nina will end up broken-hearted too. No, let me go. What's the matter, my child? I don't want to be blessed. I don't need it. I don't want to be heartbroken. Everyone is wrong. Nina, how could you say such a thing in the presence of Queen Kulan? The child refuses my blessing. Then she leaves me no choice. For the benefit of this misguided girl, A special ceremony is required. What do you mean to do to her? What's happening?
あいつはナイトメアやてあいつをどう使うつもりや
愛理ちゃんが僕たちが止める行くよみんな
Oh shit! Oh. I'm gonna take this block and put it to the side. I'm trying to finish this bread really fast. Hell yeah! Ah, crap. Oh, shit! Oh! Well... That should be enough time. Yeah! Hopefully. Okay, I didn't block enough. We're getting pretty good at the defending. Yeah! Oh god, they're gonna die again. Oh god. You were doing so well! Oh god, please. Oh god. Oh god, why? No! Eat a cheeseburger! No! Oh god. Fight for your life is so be real life while being so adorable is odd. Is it? Oh god. Oh god, what's gonna happen now? Please, yeah! Oh god, this is so close. Come on! Yeah! We did the thing. Whoa.
失望したぞ空の女王よ
ジャボ様
ジャボやてどこにおんねん
空の女王よお前の悪夢の力失うには惜しかったのだがな賢者といえど所詮は人間私の代行者としての役目を果たせぬか
ジャボ様お願いですもう一度
遅い悪夢の力を失った人間に価値などない
サザラ様ヘブルチさん
ああ待たせたな
ヘブルチなぜ
なるほど
Be thankful that they cut the phase 2 of this and the Swain fight? Really? There was a part 2? Do you think the Queen of Kalan is back to her old self again? Kabali, how dare you? That a base-born ruffian like you could have presumed to meddle in the affairs of a queen? My apologies, your highness. I never did know my place, did I? And the same goes for the rest of you. What business can you unruly kind have with one such as I? Charming, isn't she? She looks like the queen of the heavens, is still very much heartbroken. This looks like a job for you, lad. Can you do for the queen like you did for Tengari? Sure, I can. I can mend her broken heart. There's no doubt about it. But her high and mightiness is missing is a love. And what makes the world go round, ain't it? So it's love she needs, is it? Who do we know that's brimming with love? If it's love you're after, I'm your man. What? You heard me. No man has more love for a woman than I have for Kalan. You love the Queen Kalan? Never. He loves her. Now we know. Enough. Those Inslazian love talk. The very worst turned my stomach. Thus speaks the fire maiden I fell for. 'Tis music to my ears. Crikey, it must be love if he's happy to take that kind of abuse for Chim. Oh wait, here's probably that. Whoops. Yeah, in the DS version you fought the darkened version of their respective familiars. Oh! Yes, what's the story between Kabali and Queen Kalan? I need to know. Calm down, will you? Never mind that. All we need to know is that Kabali has to share some of his love in his heart with the Queen Kalan. So be it, quite so. Have at it, lad. I like looking how we can take more from him. Also in the DS version, you fought this nightmare before getting any of the stones. Oh shit, really? All you need is love. Yep, and also only got the dragon after all the stones were obtained. Much of my dragon. But how my heart, Kabali? Your Highness, so you are back with us. I spoke so harshly to you just now. Can you find in your heart to forgive me? Think nothing of it. 'Twas a pleasure to hear such a rough and ready word from the mouth of a noble-born lady. Pray do not mock me, Kabali. I'm just glad Queen Kalan is not heartbroken anymore. All too right. And I must say I'm impressed. With an old pattern-faced spy here, the two serving with his hearts we've helped ourselves to now. You're right. It seems like his love for the Queen is a little bit special. You call me Queen? I'm unworthy of such a title. The skyborn kingdom of Xanadu was torn from the heavens and cast into the distant ocean. I could not protect my realm. And when it came to this town and broken the hearts of its people, truly, I am no queen.
But your highness, you shouldn't be so hard on yourself.
Listen to me. The people of Xanadu saw you as a wise and just ruler. You carried out your desires both as queen and as a sage, and trained countless wizards. Have you forgotten all that you've done, all the good you've done?
Kabali, when you say that may be true, but it does not excuse the harm I have caused. I have inflicted so much suffering.
Your highness, we met the ghost of the lady in Hamelin, a soldier who once served you. She was one of the people who died in Xanadu. And she told us that so long as the Queen Kulana was alive, there was hope for her people.
She spoke of me. She spoke of hope.
And look around you. The people of the town may be heartbroken, but at least they're alive. Your Highness, let us return to this town to its former self. It may take time, but I know you can do it. You may not be queen any longer, and we still stand beside you. You're not alone. And who's to say you can't rebuild Xanadu?
Oh, Kabali. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You are right. I cannot give in to despair. I must become someone who can inspire hope in others. That is my duty.
You aren't the only great sage who's led us astray. My father and Mark's son suffered too.
Yes, and all of our years helped them, just like he helped you. And now you're all fighting fit. The battle against evil can finally begin in earnest.
Wait a minute. There's something I've been dying to ask. I need to know how long someone thinks been going on between the Queen Kalan and Kabali. I mean, a queen and a sky pirate? That's so romantic.
Do you have to be so nosy? Kabali is known and feared as the king of the sky pirates, but there is more to him that meets the eye. Quite right. I'm a man of many talents, and being the fearless leader of a band of swashbuckling sky pirates is just one of them. Kabali also served as the commander of the Zanduvian Airborne Division, in which was a role he fought for Queen Kulan. Avast, I can speak for myself, you swar-jarred cur.
You were a commander in Xanadu?
Indeed he was. Since the time of the Wizard Wars, Xanadu has avoided conflict. But neutrality cannot be maintained without significant military power. Kabali's forces form part of that power.
Oh, I get it. The lowly servant who ended up falling head over heels in love with the queen. What a classic.
Swain, do you always have to be so blunt?
It's true. I watched over her since she was but a girl, and I can't say I don't feel for her, but I'm a mere soldier. There's nothing not can be done about that.
Gee, that must be tough.
That was then. Things have changed.
Change? How? Changed how exactly?
Do you not hear my words earlier? I am a queen no longer. There are no ranks or barriers to keep us apart.
Can it be? Do you truly mean?
I have not been quite clear. Please, do not make me spell it out. I've been quite clear, please don't.
Come on, Kabali, don't be so slow. Flippin' heck, man! Put us out of our misery, won't ya? How many times are you gonna make the poor woman say it?
Still your chattering tongues, or I'll cut them off. You stand by him before the king of the sky pirates. All right.
The beloved grace of the Queen of the Heavens unlock a story of the wizard. This is like, oh my goodness, why? How the little girl became a queen. Also, Xanadu, known as Haven's Heaven for English patch, was not destroyed in the US. You had to fight that nightmare there instead. Ah, I see. Hello, Gamer Tech. Welcome in. Thank you for all the facts, Senor Bucket. It's been a while, but I'm back. Welcome back. Yeah. The hearts of the people of Parandan have been restored. Young Nina, you must have been terribly afraid. I apologize for humbly for my actions.
Do not worry, Queen Kalan.
Sorry. Oh, right. Sorry. Children that are little girls. Wrong voice.
Do not worry, Queen Kalan. I am happy you have become so kind and gentle. Everything in Paradina is so bright and happy now. We will never give in to Sadar.
Your words are music to my ears. Truly, children like you are the bearers of hope. the hope of a brighter future. We are who are old enough to know better to choose a path of cowardice. All we wanted was to be free of fear, to be protected from the truth. Well, that's all. Well, what's done is done, and all that. I hope that Rotter Sadar is not still hanging about, waiting to pounce like. I know what I must do. My duty is to protect the people of Paradita from Sadar. I vow to never let this dark rain engulf this town again. I will make amends for what I have done. Gracias, Your Highness. When it comes up, I've got no choice. I'll throw my lot in with you, Your Highness. We'll protect the puny town village together. No, Kabali, there are other duties in which you must attend. It is not only the town that must be protected from the dark pull of the Sadar's dark despair. With your airship, you may travel freely around your world. Do you understand what it is that I ask of you? Oh, I do. At that, only too well. No, but you only just got together. Kabali, though we may be apart, we will always be together, as long as we share the same goal. You're not wrong, Your Highness. You always did have a way with words. Looks like everything's worked out then. Oh, but before I forget, there's a reason we came here. It's in the middle of nowhere. I'm aware of this. It concerns Mornstar, does it not? Yes, we're trying to restore its power. We did manage to find the 3 magical stones, but even Marskakan can reunite them with the wand. It was beyond Marskakan's powers, you say? How could that be? Tell me more. See, big circle can't fit in small circle. In the DS, this is the only time you get an emotion from Kalan in the DS. Denny is not a thing, but you fight the Void of Confidence in the Fairygrounds equivalent and said, ah! Well, he speculated that it might be because we brought Morstar here from the past. A master wizard who can manipulate time itself. I'm most curious as to what his intentions could be. But I shall ponder that at my leisure. Our priority is to put a stop to Sidar's plans. I will perform the required ritual without delay. Tidy? Sounds like old Kalan knows how to knows what doing to get Morstar back in one place, eh? That's handy. Now, young Oliver, I shall require some assistance in this undertaking. Are you willing to help me? Sure, Queen Kalan. Just tell me what I have to do. A fine response. The ritual must be performed outside when you are ready. Come and see me. I shall be waiting. Man, their emotions gets taken all the time. I don't have any confidence. I just wanted the treasure chest. I like how we're just taking their heart after they got all restored. Confidence. What do you also feel? All she feels is love. Ain't that makes the world go round. It's an old man. Hmm. Well, okay. A dream. Hmm. 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 No, treasure chest. Yes, treasure chest. Now. Do the ceremony. Make this. When you're ready, you are. Let's do it. Oliver, do you know the spell named Rejuvenate? Sure I do. It turns back the clock for objects to before they were old or broken. Well, that is the memory retained with an object that is being revived. Only the spell Breach Time allows time itself to be manipulated. Now I believe Rejuvenate should be able to restore the magic stones to the state they were in 15 years ago. Oh, I get it. That way they'll be the same as the Mornstar from 15 years ago, huh? Indeed. I will need to combine that spell Rejuvenate with the ritual spell required to reunite the stones with the Mornstar. Flippin' heck! Wouldn't that have been a bit of a stretch even for you, your high-heavenliness? It will not be easy, but I understand why Marcuson balked at the challenge. But I believe that I can do this for you. Thank you, your highness. Now, without further ado, let the ritual commence. Damage, kill zombie! Ah! My wand! My magic stick! You attain the Mornstar. The ritual is complete. What you now hold is the Mornstar in its true form. Please consult your wizard companion. The wand's power has restored to new pages with new spells for you to use. Healing hand. Restored someone who 2 years on the brink of death to health. Charge is full. Unleash. Jeepers, these spells look so neat! The spells known as Unleash will prove very useful to you, I am certain. Doubtless, you have done battle with these creatures known as Guardians, whose poor hearts has been broken by Sidar. When you defeat them, you receive certain gemstones, did you not? That's right! I dropped them big jewels in it, Ollie boy! These gems are symbols of a Guardian's gratitude, contain a part of their spirit and life force. Jeepers! By using Unleash, you can channel the energies which reside in the gems and call upon the Guardian's strength in battle. With their powers at your command, you'll be able to hold even your own against Sidar. So you are not a cute zombie, then I guess you are just a zombie. Am I a zombie? Thank you, your highness. That sounds like it'll come in real handy. That doesn't sound too shabby, does it, Oliver? Sidar will be cracking his boots. You are now better equipped to face Sidar in battle, but a serious obstacle stands between you and any such encounter. Oh, here we flip and go. What is it this time? Sidar dwells within the castle of Nevermore. It lies to the north of here, beyond the Miasma marshes. Should a careless travel be engulfed by dark miasma, for which the marshes are known, they will be forever lost. Wait a second, the Miasma marshes? What's the matter, Esther? Have you heard of them before? It's just something my father once spoke of. He told me of a mist that was so dark that no light could penetrate it. The miasma. But he said that the only way to clear it is with the call of the Clarion? The Clarion. I remember you saying that we're the ones to play it again. I remember you saying that we'd be the ones to play it again, Esther. Yes. The Clarion is a symbol of peace that was created by the three kings of this world. Now, what was the rhyme? In Ding Dong Dell, they carve full well the old Munii word, and bear with it then to Hamelin to make it sound so good. I'm impressed at your knowledge, Esther. But then, you are the daughter of a great sage. Oh, it's a rhyme I learned when I was little. So, if we give this clarinet a good honk, it'll clear us a path across the miasmal marshes, will it? That is correct. And the first thing you require to make it a clarinet is the holy wood. That old Munii wood. I think it's time that we played the Calphilia visit. Calphila? Calphila. Anyways, let us go to the inn. Go to the inn. And we're going to save. Good thing the inn's pretty cheap in this game. You think zombies are pretty cute? Fortunately, there is I think there's some monster zombies in this game. Unfortunately, but I'm not a zombie. Okay. Because I think this is a good time to slowly end off the stream because we got pretty far. Okay, let me just move over to here and here. Yeah, we did the thing. We got pretty far, and we talked a lot about content creation. Did people expect me to go into those tangents? I hope it was helpful. I know that, I'll say this again, right? I can only tell you guys based on my own personal experience when it comes to content creation, and even then, I am not an expert. I only know so much based on what I personally experienced when it comes to making stuff over the years, and I know that everyone's journey in content creation is going to be vastly different, right? What worked for me is not always going to work for you guys, but I do want to say that if you are genuinely passionate about making content and sharing things that honestly make you the most happy in making stuff, right, then it doesn't hurt to keep going at it, even if it's even if at times it doesn't feel like it's really going anywhere, if that makes sense. You should do content creation because it makes you happy. That's kind of how I feel about these kind of topics. I never want anyone to ever feel oh, there's a right way or there's a wrong way in order to do stuff, because there really isn't. It's a lot of content creation. It just takes time. It really does. It just takes a lot of time and patience, and if you give yourself that time and that leeway, you'll eventually find something. Even if it's not the biggest numbers or all these other things, what you'll find is that, enjoyment at the end of the day. And that's what should really be the main focus for when you do content creation, because for a lot of the time, a lot of it's going to be quite, I would say, thankless in a sense. But, if you're there if you are patient with yourself and enjoy the journey, then why not, right? Mm-hmm. But anyways, thank you everyone for dropping by, hanging out with me. We're going to try raiding in, this channel and see how it goes. It's a brand new person, but thank you everyone for hanging out with me. I hope you all have a good day, good morning, or a good afternoon, and I'll see you next time tomorrow for some more Ni no Kunis. Bye bye everybody.